Kia ora koutou. I will open today's Te Puna Kōrero meeting for the 14th of May 2024. To start, I'd like to invite Taku Parai to lead us in karakia. Thank you very much. Moving through to apologies, I've got an apology for lateness from Councillor Johnson. No other apologies. I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hayward, all those in favour? Opposed? It is carried. Public forum, no public forum today, noting that we will be mostly hearing from submitters through items that we have. So I'll move through that to conflict of declarations of interest. Are there any conflicts? No. Item 5, notification of extraordinary business. There are no items of extraordinary business. Confirmation of minutes from the 2 May Te Puna Kōrero meeting. I will move those. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Duncan, any amendments to the minutes? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That is carried. As a procedural matter, noting that we are meeting both today and tomorrow morning technically as part of the same meeting, I move that under Standing Order 4.2 that the meeting can sit for longer than 6 hours. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Hayward, thank you very much. No one speaking to that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That is carried. That moves us through to the beginning of today's business. So I will just, a few quick comments before we start. We have a large number of submitters today. Thank you to all of those of you that are here. A few things to note. Individuals will have 5 minutes to speak. People speaking on behalf of organisations have 10 minutes to speak. That includes time for questions as well. There will be a bell at 4 minutes. Is that right? So that's your sign to begin wrapping things up, particularly if you want to leave time for councillors to ask questions as well. Councillors, when I invite people up to speak, I will also note what number submitter they are, so you can refer to their written submission in the package which we have on Diligent as well. So, without any further ado, we will kick things off. Our first submitter, Philip Dooman. Is Philip here? Sorry. First of all, I haven't moved the report. So I will move this report to put it on the table. Councillor Ford, thank you very much. All right, getting off to a good start. Philip does not appear to be here, so we will just move straight on to our second submitter. Is Corin Barnett here?
Sorry, I am here on behalf of Corin.
Okay, cool. If you could just come up to the front, thank you very much. Cool, and so you're speaking on behalf of Victoria University? Okay, cool. If you mind just taking a seat and pressing the button in front of you, that should light up green. All right, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. My name is Kirsten Mason. I'm the Acting Chief Executive of the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra. I'm here on behalf of the NZSO and Victoria University of Wellington in support of our submission, which is a submission that we are making to all of the 8 councils in the Wellington region to support the National Music Centre through a one-off contribution in your long-term plan. And as you'll have seen in the submission document, we're requesting a total of $500,000 from all of the councils, and the amount from each council is based on the pro rata population of each council within the region. So I just want to make a couple of points, and then I want to leave plenty of time for your questions. Firstly, the National Music Centre is not the Wellington Music Centre. It's not even the Regional Music Centre. Our greatest priority is that it is a national music centre, and it will house partnerships and events of national significance, given that you can't tour a building. The inclusion of the word national in the title is something that we spend a lot of time thinking and talking about. Underpinning the National Music Centre physically as well, because it will be in the basement, is state-of-the-art recording facilities, which will provide significant commercial opportunities, post-production recordings, live digital broadcasts for the whole of the cultural sector. We are planning national youth music festivals, national music festivals that will span all kinds of musical genres over several weeks in summer and winter. There are cross-collaborative talks going on already with the sector. So I guess the point I want to make here is that the National Music Centre is not just about the NZSO and the New Zealand School of Music. It will be a vibrant and thriving performing arts precinct for all genres of music. And all kinds of ensembles and artists, amateur and professional, large and small. Having said that, education will be at the heart of the National Music Centre. The partnership between the orchestra and the New Zealand School of Music is unique. I have not come across another partnership actually in Europe or the US or Australasia which integrates the two to such an extent. And our goal here is very clear. It is to attract and retain students in the Wellington region and keep them here afterwards in gainful employment. And we've started down that track already with a Master of Fine Arts industry qualification that we've launched this year between the two of us. So obviously, when it comes to music employment and things like and study, there are no barriers around Wellington City. You know, people live in Porirua and attend events in the city. Music teachers live in the city and teach in Porirua schools. Students attend the School of Music from Porirua and you know, work with your very fine youth orchestras and ensembles out here. So we really see the centre as providing a centre of excellence that will support and retain talent, musical talent at all levels. And for the council, as a contribution in your annual plan, is just over $70,000. And that is a one-off contribution we're requesting, which could be obviously spread over a number of years. Those are the only points I wanted to make now. Obviously very happy to take questions.
Cool, thank you very much. And sorry, realising I'm not getting off to a great start, this is submitter number 116, if you're referring to your notes as well. Do we have any questions? Councillor Wehapi.
Excuse me. Yeah, what organisations are they in particular?
Well, I know that you have a couple of youth ensembles out here, and Te Loa Wharaimo is a good example of a musician who is at School of Music, who's been supported by the orchestras and the local music scene. So those relationships currently exist. What we're looking to do in the National Music Centre, I think, is, for example, bring youth orchestras and ensembles together. I mentioned a National Youth Music Festival that would bring them all together. In the facilities, you've got a beautiful auditorium, you've got recording facilities, you've got other spaces within the centre. So it's about providing opportunities for young musicians to engage with their peers. It's pretty hard for some of those ensembles to retain teenagers, actually all of them. Teenagers tend to drop off a little bit. So it's about providing a platform for them to continue to engage, and also providing the opportunities for the best young musicians to go down the path to professional musicianhood and to support them in that. It's not an easy path. Some young people require more support than others, but where there's the talent and the determination, it's about making sure that we are supporting that pipeline of talent.
Do we have any further questions? Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Kristen. Thank you for coming in and handling the reins so effectively. I have three questions. What happens if councils across the region say no to this funding proposal? Will the centre still go ahead?
Yes, it will.
So next question is, I guess, councils across the region would be a little bit apprehensive if there was seen to be an ongoing expectation of funding from individual councils, which we can't commit to because of the needs of LTPs. Is that an expectation placed on from your side of the aisle?
No, it's not. This funding is for the fit out costs of the costs associated with creating the National Music Centre. We have a robust funding plan in place, and obviously there is funding that all of those individuals receive, all of the organisations involved in running the centre that receive, there's central government funding, there's rates for Wellington City Council and for Venues Wellington, and there's other money for the New Zealand School of Music. So there is no expectation, and then there will be commercial revenue generated by the studios. There is no expectation of ongoing funding from the councils.
This follows into my last question. In terms of the relativistic measure of central government to local government funding, because of this being not a Wellington or a regional based venue, this is a national venue. To what degree is that quanta with regards to central government compared to the 500,000 that each of the region's councils are being asked as part of your proposal?
I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number to hand because I am stepping in for Kerry Prendergast, but it is in the millions of dollars that the central government has committed to this project.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, any other questions? There do not appear to be any. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your submission. Moving on to our next submission, submitter 118 Michael Player on behalf of Te Awaroa or Porirua Harbour and Catchments Community Trust and Guardians of Pāwatahanui Trust.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and I bring apologies from Lindsay Gower, my colleague who is chair of the Guardians, is unable to be with us today for health reasons. So thanks for keeping the harbour as a top priority for the council, and we really urge you to maintain the programs and the funding that you have related to it. We believe that the harbour is a gem it's worth fighting for. It's highly degraded, but it's not a basket case, and we share the Ngāti Toa vision articulated in your consultation document by Callum Cartenay of a beautiful city with twin waters of the harbour. We've been concerned that since the Joint Harbour Committee disappeared some 6 years ago, there's been no overarching strategy for the harbour. Nevertheless, great work has been done by the harbours team, and in particular we want to thank Nigel Clark, Bailey Graham and Brian Thomas for their great work and their teams. Nigel's team does have a harbour and catchments work plan, but this does not replace the need for a more joined-up strategy and outcomes-based report processing. We understand that the long-hoped-for harbour accord will be signed next month, and after it is signed, please do not rest on your laurels. The signing of the accord is a start, it's not an end in itself. It'll be important that the detail to be worked out beneath the accord will provide the proof in the pudding that all parties can work together and not just continue doing their own separate pieces of existing work. As a community group, we look forward to how we and others might support that accord. Riparian planting is certainly the best thing that's happened in recent years, and all credit to you, helping stop sedimentation from reaching the waterways in the harbour, which when it becomes impossible to shift once deposited. We note that central government funding for that program is scheduled to run out on the 30th of June 2026, and we couldn't see anywhere in the long-term plan how you might fill the gaps for the remainder of the 20 years program when it runs out. So we think you should be lobbying with government ministers right now to start negotiating for the longer term. We acknowledge and support the funding you have set aside for potable water, wastewater and stormwater infrastructure. By our analysis, you have grasped the nettle of water infrastructure funding more quickly than other councils in the region. Like other councils, though, Porirua is not in good shape when it comes to our pipes and our harbour, which suffers from the overflows and contamination from leaks and cross connections. We look forward to completion of the stormwater overflow tank under construction, the upgrade of the sewer through Bottomley Park, the wetland in Porirua East and other initiatives. And we wish you, Anita, and the other 9 mayors from Wellington region every success in negotiating a good deal with government for a new mega water entity across Wellington. The Trust and the Guardians are quite upfront about the fact that we're generally against greenfields developments of the extent planned for the northern growth area. We're highly sceptical that the developments in the erosion-prone lands adjoining and north of the inlet can be achieved without sediment escaping and finding its way down into the inlet, just as it did with the Transmission Gully project. And that inlet just cannot stand any more sediment being deposited in there beyond the sort of natural flows of 1 to 2 centimetres a year. We therefore urge the Council, in conjunction with the Regional Council, to place very strong conditions on developers to protect the environment and to be particularly vigilant in ensuring compliance with consents relating to open earthworks and sediment controls. It's disappointing that the Wīnera to Onopoto shared path is now on pause because of uncertainty of the Transport Agency funding. The hard yards of resource consents and initial design work has put us on the cusp of something very big with this project. It ticks all the boxes of better transport, climate change resilience and a cleaner harbour. And we encourage you to look for innovative ways to bring this to fruition sooner rather than later, and certainly during the life of the long-term plan. And finally, thank you for the support of the voluntary environment sector. The Harbour Trust and the Guardians acknowledge the help the Council gave us recently in the running of our harbour photographic exhibition. We hope that this and other initiatives will continue to build and maintain understanding of citizens about the importance of healthy waterways in the place we all love and live. Happy to take any questions.
Cool, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Filo.
Kia ora, Michael.
Kia ora.
Thanks for coming in and for your detailed submission. You mentioned the Accord, and I'm assuming is that an amalgamation of the different organisations that
Wellington Water.
and does that have to do with? I heard you say wanting a sort of a.
We believe it's likely to be more of a umbrella document, a memorandum of understanding type document, and then work needs to be done to put in place a governance structure as to how that will work. The Joint Harbour Committee, etc. in the past, there's tended to be just reporting back of existing works rather than
that there is more of a strategy towards positive outcomes, and that the reporting is more on moving in that direction of positive outcomes.
Yeah, so you can actually see how far water quality stats. It's getting that. When can we actually measure the progress forward? So then you can actually determine what resource is required over the long term. The Natural Resources Plan of the Regional Council has 2040 to your burden of funding. So there's a need for a strategy of all parties involved to make sure that we just don't lose momentum and it doesn't slide out beyond 240, for instance.
Thanks, Michael. So we have more measurable outcomes.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Thanks, Michael. You mentioned in your piece there about the Wīnera to Onopoto pathway.
Yes.
And you urged us to look for innovative ways to make it happen sooner. Do you have some ideas there that you might want to put to us, because we've been exhausting them?
Well, we think that once you've signed that accord, then you've got another iron in your toolkit to go to central government and to stake your case. We noticed that, for instance, in the Waikato, the Kaipara, the Manawatu, they haven't got piddly 3 million types of support for their riparian planting programs. The Kaipara got something of the order of 100 million, and it seemed to be because they were joined up, particularly with their local mana whenua. So we think that this is an opportunity for you to actually run at central government at that point.
Do we have any further questions? Not appear to be any. Thank you very much for your very comprehensive submission, much appreciated. Next up, we have submitter 151, Robin Smith. Kia ora, Robin, you've got 5 minutes.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So you'll have my submission in front of you. I just want to reiterate to you that presumably you borrow the maximum amount you can for infrastructure and then spread that over the lifetime of the infrastructure. I mean, that is absolutely economics 101. I hope that you do that. And that I just urge you to live within your means and keep your hands in your pockets. I think we should drop all the nice-to-have projects and do the essentials only, and in my opinion, and I guess quite a few people now, that is our three waters and our mitigation for climate change projects. So just in the last year, we've had 6 raw sewage bypasses from the pump at Rukutahane Station, and 3 of them were for 14 hours. So our children and our people are playing on a beach in Titahi Bay, where I live, with raw sewage coming in and out on the tides, quite regularly. So I think that the investment in the three waters, call it three waters, needs to be a top priority. Need to lobby as much money as Michael was saying out of government for anything that you can get. And also, where are we? Oops, sorry, missed. Oh, yeah. One of the waters, which is leaks that we have a lot of. I noticed that Wellington Water Paris City Council don't monitor Wellington Water's work. That was told to me by the Chief Executive. So it's no wonder that there is leaks that are being fixed time and time again, as everyone notices. So that's a lot of ratepayers' money going into refixing leaks that keep re-leaking because it's not monitored. The work's not being monitored. I really strongly approve of water meters being put into the city. However, this is going to be an additional financial burden on people that cannot afford to pay that directly. So I really urge you that if there's water meters put in there, then people who've got families over, 2 children get only a set amount they have to pay, and also for community gardens and nurseries, community nurseries shouldn't have to pay either. The Parramatta wastewater trunk upgrade and wastewater rising mains and pump station upgrades should be retained. It's not acceptable to have these sewage overflows into the streams and harbours. And if you're going to delay that Wīnera Onipoto cycle lane part of that project, which was my understanding, the rest of it's going ahead, is that correct? Then just make the lane a little bit wider and slow the traffic down. It doesn't need to be fancy, it just needs to be able to be done. I support addressing the safety measures at South Beach Access Road in Titahi Bay, but I think the rest of the project can get delayed. It doesn't matter. It's not essential. The safety measures are essential. The nice-to-haves, put that money into our three waters. The same for any playground upgrade or any new community facilities. I don't think they're essential. Put that money into the three waters. I'd rather my grandchildren can play on a beach where it's not covered in shit. I support improvements made to public toilets, of course, because that's related. What else have I got here? Oh, yes, and the flood retreat policy. I think it's immoral to drop that when you've identified that a whole lot of people are going to get flooded every now and then. I think that's really immoral to drop that, and I think you should really look hard at that. That's a climate mitigation project. That's an essential thing. I need to stop now. You can read the rest.
We've got 1 minute for questions. Do any councillors have questions for Robin? One that I just had very quickly, thank you for your submission, Robin, identifying that we need to be focusing on the core things and dropping off the nice-to-haves. Were there any specific projects that you think we shouldn't be spending on that we have identified in the LTP?
Yeah, I have put that in my submission. So
yeah, do you want to draw attention to any of those?
Where is it? Oh, like playgrounds, community facilities that are proposed. We don't really need those. They're nice to haves. We can live without them. No, they can play on the beach if the beach is clean. Kids love sand and water.
Cool. All right, thanks very much. That brings us to the end of the time. Thank you very much, Robin. We're moving through now to our next submitter, Nathan Lopa, speaking to a video submission on behalf of Te Kiwa Nui. Is Nathan here? If you'd like to come up. Nathan, you've got 10 minutes to speak. There will be a bell at 8 minutes. And at that point, we'll try to wrap up for if there are any questions from councillors.
We're doing joint. I'm straight up the hill.
Okay, cool.
Same topic.
I've got a student coming around with a bit of a one-pager full of facts that I've been slaving away all week writing up. If you can all just grab a copy. Student, help me see it. They join in after, right?
Can't they? Yeah. Make them sit with.
And our student rep will just make her way through as well.
All good.
Sorry, I've taken the kids out of school for about half an hour. They're very...
Cool. And sorry, just clarifying, Caroline, are you combining your submission with this one, doing it all together? Oh, okay, cool,
Yeah.
perfect, all good.
So in my 10 minutes, is a student as well who will speak after me.
Okay, cool, all good.
Are you okay that, because it's the same topic?
Yeah, if you want to run it all together, I'm comfortable with that. So just noting, councillors, that the next submission also Te Kiwa Nui from Caroline Mariko and Maria Iluilalata, and we'll just do that all together.
Can we ask Mangele to come to the desk too? She's... Sure.
Yep.
We got another chair?
Can Councillor Moses please stand? Wow. Cool, we're all good to go.
All right, fire away.
Vel never know if atalo fatu le pa iman malu nei po tonga nei tu lao las lao sunga le tamai tai pole no ni de peka ya le pa io fai pole a mai se ro fionga le tamai taku parai ya mo le atu le fa tai mo never know fa awe we tu ina mai ya liwani fo nei tu fa atalo fatu pa iman malu le au tatu ainga tamama tina matua usa matu fine wo masani ya malo la tapu wai malo so fo mau malangi ma. Talafalava, ladies and gentlemen, and warm Pacific greetings to you all this afternoon. My name is Nathan Lopa, and I am very fortunate and honoured to be the coordinator for the Wellington Northern Regional Polyfest, also known as Te Kiwa Nui Festival. Today, we are further pushing for Te Kiwa Nui to be a part of the Porirua City Council long-term plan by requesting straight up the guts $50,000 every year for the next 5 years. Te Kiwa Nui Festival is the only festival for Māori and Pacifica youth from all secondary schools in the Porirua region and has been a staple event in our community for many years. If we look at the gallery today, we have a mix of students who are currently a part of the festival and those who also participated in the festival about 50 years ago. From its humble beginnings being hosted by individual schools, it has grown into what is of every year a sellout event at Te Rauparaha Arena, the only venue in Porirua that has the capacity to host our festival. Te Kiwa Nui currently has 8 colleges in the Porirua region: Porirua College, Aotea College, Bishop Viard College, Mana College, Tawa College, Whitby Collegiate, Newlands and Onslow College, with over 800 performers across all these secondary schools. This year, with the addition of our primary and intermediate schools, we are looking at over 1,500 performers over that week period. Te Kiwanui is not just a festival for entertainment. It is an educational tool that our young people use to grow confident in their culture. Our young people make up 40% of the population here in Porirua. And as of 2018, 26.3% of Porirua's population is Pacific, which is approximately 14,868 people, with Samoan being the most spoken language after English, thanks to my Stats New Zealand hat. These numbers are also a reflection of the Pacific diaspora that is in our city that this festival benefits. A bridge between two worlds so that our young people can be confident in their culture and language, in their identity. We have a duty to our young people to equip them with the necessary skills to be stewards of our Pacifica culture for the next generation. We are building Te Kiwanui Festival that builds its students, leaders along the way. Te Kiwanui is a way that our young people can gain credits to go towards NCA. The Trust runs workshops monthly with our student leaders leading up to the festival and to look at providing training to those who are interested in skills such as management, event management, media, IT, opening the door for our young people to navigate a vast ocean of career pathways. The festival itself aligns with many of the goals that the Council is trying to meet, most especially with youth engagement and the strategic framework focus points. 3 out of the 5, opportunity and experiences, connection and belonging, engaged and involved. And you could add the forefront in of health and safety if you look at the high intensity of performances that these kids put on. The festival also aligns with the Ola Kamatanga Pacifica strategic plan, especially with focus areas of turning strategy into action. Focus area 1, the full range of Pacific cultures, arts, languages, and stories are accessible, celebrated, and valued. And focus area 4, the cultural sustainable Pacific capability across Porirua City is recognized and celebrated. The festival brings in thousands of people from all over the Greater Wellington region in one place at one time. And this is beneficial to the Porirua City economy by supporting local businesses to thrive. We have a village night market open to all Porirua local businesses to set up shop during festival hours. We are making this festival for Māori and Pacifica in Porirua to be in the same place at the same time to celebrate our young people. This year, with the addition of our primary and intermediate schools, we are looking at a week-long program, doubling the number of attendees to over 10,000 people, which will make this Pacifica Festival the biggest in the whole of the Wellington region. I am a proud son of Porirua and have benefited from a community that when you put time into nurturing our young people, that they have the skills then to become the best possible versions of themselves that they can be. That stand firm and confident in their culture. I urge Porirua City Council to continue to support Te Kiwanui as it will continue to grow and be the united front of our Māori and Pacifica community here in Porirua. E vave tau nuu le malanga, pe a tātou alo va'a whaatas. Our destiny is within sight when we paddle our canoe together. Whaawhetai te lava mo neva noa soifua mai manuia. I will now hand it over to our 2 student reps who will just share a little bit before we hand it over to our next speakers. Whaawhetai.
Stand up. Talofa lava o loi ngoa e whili masoi pātire sio. E sau mailin u a sau sa singa vai puna ma sa tui ma lufi lufi I Samoa, ma a tahu manuku nonu I ko e lau. Talofa lava and Maloni Council, my name is Aifili Masoi Pātiliasio. Today I'm here to not only speak to you in support of the Te Kiwanui Festival, but to be a voice for the Pacifica youth and people here in Porirua. I'm a current student at Whitby Collegiate, currently in Year 13, the Deputy Head Girl, House Leader, Arts and Cultural Captain, and Cultural Club Leader. For over 30 years, the Te Kiwanui Festival has been an integral part of our culture here in Porirua. It provides us Pacifica youth with a place to be proud of our heritage, a place where we can showcase our culture and share our pride with the rest of Porirua. Moreover, Te Kiwanui acts as a bridge connecting Pacifica youth to their roots while living in a Western world, a factor that is incredibly important. This year marks my school's first year participating in the Te Kiwanui Festival, and it is an honour and privilege to represent and share our traditions through this incredible platform. The festival is a powerful tool for building future leaders. By engaging in organising and participating in various cultural performances, workshops, and activities, our youth are placed in leadership roles where they can learn to communicate effectively, work in teams, solve problems, and make crucial decisions. These are the leaders of tomorrow, and through their involvement, they gain the skills necessary to lead and contribute positively to society. Moreover, the festival serves as a platform for self-expression and talent showcase, essential for youth empowerment. It also allows our youth to explore and develop their interests and passions, boosting their confidence and self-esteem. This empowerment is crucial as it enables them to realize their potential and pursue their aspirations with vigor and determination. In addition to individual empowerment, the festival enhances our youth's sense of belonging and connection to their community. By celebrating their cultural heritage and identity, they develop a profound appreciation for their roots and traditions. The sense of pride fosters social cohesion and inclusivity, ensuring that our youth feel valued and accepted in their own city. The preservation and promotion of cultural identity are also pivotal. The festival allows young people to connect deeply with their heritage, traditions, and language, strengthening the cultural fabric of our community. In conclusion, the Te Kiwanui Festival is more than just an annual event. It's a vital institution for youth development, cultural preservation, youth development strategy. Whawhatai love.
Stay enough time. Yeah. Oh, taha whalawa, Council. My name is Helmi Esera. I'm here to speak on behalf of Te Kiwanui Festival. Personally, Te Kiwanui Festival has been the reason why I have strengthened my role as a leader within our school and our community and within different parts of the community I'm involved with. I'm currently one of the student leaders for our Samoan group for Polyfest this year, and currently part of the student council for Aotea College. I believe that Te Kiwanui Festival has been the main reasons why I strengthened, because personally I believe that many of our students and our families cannot go back to their islands and cannot connect with their roots, and I believe that Te Kiwanui Festival has been the only event where our students get to come together and to learn about their cultures and to connect back to their roots. And this is how we've connected our students and our schools together to build healthier relationships, which have now built a path for future solutions. And I understand that part of future plans, and so this is just one step into seeing what our future is going to be like. And I reinforce these ideas that my fellow peers have just said, but yeah, that's me.
Right, thank you very much. I think because we're joining these presentations together, I might let all of the speakers go and then we can do questions all together at the end.
Yeah.
So we'll go straight through. You up next, Caroline?
Yes, thank you. No ia talo whalawa malo nei, kia orana whakatalo whaatu, whakalowhalai atu malo ele nei, ni Sambula, Māori, halo le kita, I orana, tēnā koutou katoa, e huhi mai mo tēnei kaupapa. My name is Caroline Mariko, and I am the chair of the Wellington Northern Region Polyfest Trust, who are guardians of the Te Kiwanui Festival. I've also been involved in polyclubs and polyfest for over 50 years. Don't tell anyone how old I am. I'm here to advocate for the inclusion of our Te Kiwanui Festival into Porirua City Council's long-term plan. We can see the mutual benefits for the Porirua City Council and Te Kiwanui Festival. I'm going to talk about what the added value our festival will make by having Porirua City Council's commitment in its long-term plan. This will have a profound impact on the cultural fabric, social cohesion, and overall well-being of our city. We celebrate the cultural diversity of Porirua City amazingly, especially our Pacific communities, and Te Kiwanui is a festival that serves as a vital platform for preserving and promoting cultural heritage. It allows our children and young people to reconnect with their roots, traditions, and ancestral practices, ensuring that these rich cultural expressions are passed down to future generations. The Porirua City communities can leverage and take the opportunity to take pride in each their own cultural heritage and identity through showcasing traditional arts, music, dance, and food, individuals are encouraged to embrace and celebrate their unique cultural background. This fosters a sense of belonging and unity among community members, strengthening social ties and collective identity within Porirua City. What is the economic impact? Events like the Te Kiwanui Festival can stimulate the local economy by attracting visitors, vendors and performers. Increased tourism and spending in local businesses during the festival can generate revenue and support job creation in the hospitality, retail and service sectors. The added value of economic impact through events like the Te Kiwanui Festival in Porirua City lies in its potential to stimulate economic growth, support local businesses and create employment opportunities. Here's an elaboration on the potential added value. Generating revenue, the festival can attract visitors not only from within Porirua City, but also from neighbouring areas and potentially from other regions. Visitors will contribute to the local economy by spending money on various goods and services such as accommodation, dining, transportation, souvenirs, and entertainment during their stay in the city. This influx of spending generates revenues for local businesses, boosting their sales and profitability. Supporting local businesses means increased demand for goods and services during the festival benefits a wide range of local businesses, including restaurants, cafes, hotels, shops, boutiques, broader audience, attracting new customers and clients. Creating job opportunities. The surge in economic activity during the festival translates into job creation across various sectors of the economy. Local businesses may need to hire additional staff to meet the increased demand for their products and services, particularly in the hospitality, retail and service industries. Temporary employment opportunities may also arise in event management, security, transportation and other support services associated with organising and hosting the festival. Fostering entrepreneurship. The festival can provide opportunities for local entrepreneurs and artisans to showcase their talents, products and crafts to a wider audience. It serves as a platform for small businesses and artisans to promote their unique offerings, expand their customer base and generate sales. Long-term economic benefits. Impact of the festival extends beyond encouraging them to return to Porirua City for future visits or even consider it as a destination for relocation or investment. Additionally, the increased visibility and reputation of the city as a vibrant cultural hub can attract new businesses, investors and tourists, in the long run further stimulating economic growth and development. An added value to Porirua City through the promotion of tourism via events like Te Kiwanui Festival is significant. And by highlighting the diverse cultural heritage and traditions of the city, the festival enhances its reputation both domestically and internationally. Positive experiences shared by festival attendees and word-of-mouth recommendations contribute to shaping a favourable image of Porirua City as a welcoming and inclusive community with unique cultural offerings. Long-term tourism growth. The festival's promotion of tourism contributes to long-term benefits for the city's tourism development and marketing efforts. Positive experiences during the festival encourage repeat visits and referrals, leading to sustained growth in tourism over time. The festival will serve as a catalyst for ongoing tourism promotion and tourism infrastructure and services. Overall, the added value of economic impact through events like the Te Kiwanui Festival lies in its ability to stimulate local economic activity, support businesses, create job opportunities, foster entrepreneurship, and generate long-term economic benefits for Porirua City. Includes increased visitor numbers, enhanced city reputation, development of cultural tourism, support for local businesses, and long-term of the Te Kiwanui Festival and Porirua City's long-term plan not only acknowledges the importance of cultural diversity, but also underscores the transformative prosperity. Whawhai lava mo le awanoa.
Brain.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank
Is
you.
that okay? So good afternoon, no ia. And I guess I'm here, my name is Mangele Maria Ulwelelata, and I'm here as a proud parent and a Pacific member of the Porirua. Key points to talk to. I've got 5 minutes to get this message through to you. So I just want to talk about Porirua's youth. Porirua is home to a vibrant and diverse youth population. In fact, we've got the country's high, with 36% of that city's 62,600 population falling in that particular age bracket. Caroline has already talked to the economic advantages of this particular festival, but I also want to talk to things such as the well-being benefits. So this festival also contributes, have to leave that identity at the door. It encourages physical activity, it encourages teamwork, leadership skills development, and it contributes to their holistic well-being. I want to talk about the social advantages. It is a testament to the vibrancy of our youth and the rich tapestry of cultures that make up Porirua City. So while the participation in events such as Te Kiwanui provides an excellent opportunity for our youth to develop a wide range of skills, and research will show that such involvement can lead to the development of transferable skills that are highly valued in various disciplines and life situations. Some of these skills include teamwork, their ability to be able to organise, management. I want to talk about a generational return on investment. The return on investment in Te Kiwanui Polyfest is not immediate, but it will span over generations. The skills, the experiences, the experience, the values that will be gained by our young people involved in this event will be passed on to future generations. It will create a ripple effect to yield returns for our city, a city that is rich in culture. And last but not least, you may be thinking, well, so what? Well, this is an opportunity to measure impact. By committing to a long-term investment in Te Kiwanui Polyfest, we also create an opportunity to measure the impact of such an investment. We can track the progress of planning and resource allocation. So in conclusion, I'm encouraging you, I'm urging you to consider a long-term investment, not just in Te Kiwanui, but into our prosperity of Porirua City. Whawhitai tuli lava.
All right. Thank you very much. We are almost out of time, but I do want to make sure that councillors have the opportunity to ask some questions. So I'll just ask councillors to be very concise. I've got Mayor Baker first and then Councillor Ford.
Thank you. That was an awesome presentation. Very quick question. We used to fund the schools individually each year, and they applied and one school ran it. Is this group now taking that over completely, and instead of the schools running it, you will be replacing it?
The schools had given us business of education, and it was too much for individual schools that were hosting to find funding, production manage, stage manage, everything. So our trust looks after the Te Kiwanui Festival. We find the funding, we organise all the production, everything. Schools just have to produce their group, being able to continue running this very important festival every year.
Very last question. Will our budget, if you say 50K for 5 years, that doesn't seem a lot to run something that's going to go longer. I mean, longer than today. You need to go longer, but I'm not sure how far 50K will go from us. Have you got lots of other funding?
So we do, but we've estimated that the quotes that we have from our services is approximately that already in itself before lighting and any other costs that covers staging and venue itself.
Councillor Ford.
Whawhitai lava ainga, lo whionga ainga, mangele ma lo sunga. Nate, always the orator that he is. So Kieran, thanks for that. In Wellington and in Auckland as well. So I think it makes a lot of sense that now the trust has taken over. My question is not about all the pros for this event, because many of us around this table have attended the event. We know the pros has decided to take part in this. I want to know why your school decided to take part in it, and what are you looking forward to this year?
I mean, for us, we are a predominantly white school. We wanted for the girls to have an opportunity to showcase their culture and to be...
Come as well from Whitby Collegiate? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. And then the second question.
Well, I can say that when I first started Polyfest, I was definitely a newbie, but it's definitely helped the way I lead. It's helped me embrace my culture, give back to my community for, supporting me as a young leader.
Sorry, just a correction, Councillor Ford. Whitby Collegiate has been involved in the Polyfest in the past. Yes.
Okay, cool. So just a heads up, I've got a few questions, so we'll just rattle through these quickly.
It has the potential. It's bigger than just benefiting Porirua City. Have you applied with the other councils in the region for any funding?
Yes.
COGS closes tomorrow, so we applied to the COGS committee for that. I mean, apply. So we're building. So we will be going to Wellington City Council. It is closed for this year, but we are in discussions with that. But we are, like NZCT fund this, Trust House fund it. We've got our funders, so we're not trying to rob.
Cool. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, mine's more a comment to say that you couldn't get a better advertisement for video submissions than the way Te Kiwanui has used the video submissions. Of the 200 odd, I think 100 probably came from people supporting that. So well done on that.
Brilliant. Taku.
Activity. I know it's going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and we're not going anywhere yet. We have kids participating, so I think an approach to the runanga would be, and I'll help you guide the process.
Kia ko kaimahi, me rangatira kei konei. It is no surprise that when people like Caroline and Marguerite and Nathan turn up, our ears get bigger. So he mihi ki te mea. Really got the last one as well around all the kamatanga and the focus areas in there. I'm really glad you did. So I'm just going to loop it into a quicker question. If not for this type of event, Te Kiwanui, then what would all the kamatanga be for if it doesn't fit inside those focus areas? What is the value of a document like Ola Kamatanga if it doesn't talk about and purport
The value of Ola Kamatanga is that it actually speaks to what I refer to as Pacific excellence. So it's an opportunity for the City Council to be able to provide, I guess, a strategic focus in terms of what is important for this particular document. It would refer to the people and for the people. And I think that's the beauty of that particular strategy. And I'm always really mindful about strategy because I've seen strategy for the sake of strategy. But in the development of this particular document, it has really given the council an opportunity. If I know that you've recently endorsed that particular document, I think this is actually and this adds value as being one of those deliverables, as being one of those actions, to be able to tie into what it is that you're looking to actually produce or develop or implement on behalf of Pacific people. So,
perfect whakaatu. Yeah. The other one is, what do you say to those individuals, which we will have some of them have already and will throughout the next 2 days of hearings, saying that, well, it's a nice to have, and we worry about our pingers. Why should we be spending money here when we're trying to focus on the bread and butter, whatever they call bread and butter issues? What do we say to them? Or what would you want us to say to them?
That there is plenty of bread and butter at the festival. There's a festival that is not exclusive only to Māori Pacific, but to everyone. Yeah. And I think we're all having those same struggles, and so what's it to have something bright to look forward to in terms of putting our people on a stage, and we can all want bread and butter together.
Around this table. But the Te Kiwanui is a vehicle for our young leaders to develop, and we've heard from our young people what the possibilities are for them now, but what the possibilities are for
Councillors Naulo and Wehapi down. I'll just say one question each very quickly, and then we'll need to move along. Councillor Naulo.
I'm going to go 2 questions really quickly. First question.
You can take Kylie's one. She just cancelled it.
We keep going.
Beautiful, good to know. And second part is for Nate. Nate, as a Samoan Tokelauan man who's emceed these numerous years in a row, do you have a favourite Tokelau group and what school?
No, but I have my favourite Tokelau councillor.
Mission, we really appreciate it. Okay, all right, I'll just wait 30 seconds so people can move out. Just while waiting for people to file out, councillors, just a heads up, we're having a minor technical problem when there are multiple. Thank you. Oh, that's there's just a minor technical problem with the mics, and that there were too many on, so sound wasn't getting through. So just a reminder to turn them off when we're not using. All right. Yeah.
I note that we may be taking a break in the schedule. Is that still the case?
We
They're, however, going over time.
We're a little bit over time at the moment. We do have a break scheduled for 2:55, which I think we should be. 3:25, Hink low. Is Hink here? Yeah, I might just wait 30 seconds to see if stuck in traffic. Yeah. All right, do we have a Hink here? Oh, cool. Hink, you're up now. If you just want to come up over here to 5 minutes, there will be a bell at 4 minutes to let you know you've got 1 minute left. That includes time for questions from councillors. Floor is yours.
Cool. Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou, ko heng toka ingoa. Just want to say today I'm presenting in my personal capacity, so there might be some, which is usually a spicy topic. But, oh, goodness, sorry for that. We've in Porirua, we've got cats running around that's not actually owned, and nobody's actually taking care of them. Cars, and not getting the veterinary care that they need. And the challenge is that we can't necessarily say which cats are owned and which cats are unowned. And one way of doing that is through microchipping, which is why I put in the submission, quite a late submission, but nonetheless, I believe that this is a positive step forwards for taking better care of cats in Porirua City. It also aligns with work that Wellington City Council's doing, Hutt City Council's doing, even up the country, they're also looking at it. In Nelson, they're starting to think about it. Tasman District, the same thing. So how do we take better care of our cats? How do we work better with cat rescues and the SPCA to improve the welfare of cats in our city? Our primary focus are our own pets, yes, but we also have to think about those animals running around outside. That's not even mentioning the bite of the problem is getting bigger. So Wellington City Council has been running an operation or like a program, been removing cats where they're causing nuisance from within the city. One such area, they removed over 80 cats from one property. And this was a property where somebody was feeding cats, and the cats were just coming from the neighborhood, not belonging to anyone, and just feeding at that location. It caused issues with disease. Some of the cats had facial tumors, cancerous growths, half of jaws are missing. So really horrible stories. And working with the SPCA, we managed to have to be euthanized. So it's a way for us to take better care of cats in Porirua City. Able to say, oh, scan the cat. We know this cat is owned. It's not scanned, so it kind of fits in that unowned category. So therefore, if we can add that into a bylaw, which is essentially what WCC and Hutt City has done, it gives us a tool to ensure that cats are microchipped. Now, in Wellington City Council, 95% of respondents in a recent mandatory desexing as well. And that has led to Wellington City Council actually incorporating desexing as part of their keeping of animals in the next 5 to 10 years. Open for questions.
Cool. Thank you, Hink. Do we have any questions? Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Hank. It's good to see you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you did bring up the oblique reference to the biodiversity benefits of microchipping, but I'm just trying to be clear here. There's a lot of people out there, including cat owners. The burden of making sure that that is done, does that sit solely with owners, or does it sit? Is there a role to play that councils, which you're alluding to in Wellington City and Hutt City are already looking?
Well, cats microchip. So whether you're working with the SPCA in snip and chip drives and things like that, to get people to microchip the cats. It gives you those opportunities, but it also gives you those opportunities to work with cat rescues in when a cat is lost or when they are collecting cats, that if they do find somebody's cat, that they can identify it through.
Based on your experiences from other jurisdictions, Wellington City, probably because it's most advanced, is that fear justified? Is it? Do people actually? You did allude to a survey about the likelihood that people are supportive.
If you create the pathway from the council and provide some funding in that space to assist the microchipping, it can reduce the fees quite extensively. So that a microchipping registration costs like $15 or something like that. And so if the council then works with the SPCA as part of that collaboration, you'd be able to get more animals microchipped in that space. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thanks, Heg.
Things that I want to ask you in regards to, obviously you support mandatory microchipping, but the other question I had for you is in regards to registering. What happens is that people find a cat on the side of the road and they say it's got a microchip, but it doesn't belong to anyone, or there is no contact details for an owner. So if something like this was to go ahead, how would we as a council try and manage that as well? Because I can imagine that would be an administrative nightmare for our staff.
Or through a veterinary practitioner, that needs to get registered on I think it's the companion animal register. And then it's not necessarily that council microchipping the cats, and that allows a whole different suite of options for managing cats within Porirua City. So the focus is not necessarily to tell them apart, is the microchip. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Okay, cool. All right, thank you very much, Henk. Appreciate your submission.
Cool. Thank you very much.
All the best. Next up, we front here, Chris. You have 10 minutes to speak, including questions. There will be a bell at 8 minutes.
Oh, kia ora koutou, ko Chris Montgomery, the Porirua area. And just want to say thanks for reading our submission and having us here today. Porirua City Council is a long-standing funder of the Enviro Schools program in the Greater Wellington region. It's a program where we see a facilitator, in this case Amanda, providing guidance and support for kaiako and really great, meaningful connections with local community groups, iwi, and other parts of Porirua City Council. So she's works quite closely with the children, young persons and families team in council, the community engagement, harbour and catchment, and does work through riparian planting and waste minimisation.
Sorry, Chris, do you mind just pulling the microphone slightly closer to you?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So I'm just flicking over to the second page now. In our written submission, we did say how place to live, work and raise a family, because those are all things that really align with the Enviro Schools kaupapa. We'll talk a bit later too about how we see a role for Enviro Schools helping with zero waste education, particularly because you've got that's one of your big questions on the long-term plan. And Amanda will talk through some of the examples that we put in the submission too around some of the work that she does, and really emphasising the community connections that she has and pulls together to get really great things happening. We are coming to the end of a 3-year contract with Enviro Schools and Porirua City Council. And a little bit more about the program. As I said, it's been delivered in Aotearoa across the country for about 20 years. And today, more than ever, and there's in the next few slides, which I'll just hand over to Amanda now to talk through some of the examples of.
Kia koutou ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira mō te hapori nei. Tēnā koutou. The environment. The example I've got here is Ngāti Toa School engaging at Whitireia in the landscape there. This is in the taiao, which then informs the learning about and the taking action for. And so being able to sustain was important around the coastal restoration aspect and about how that's climate action. We want to keep our akonga and kaiako connected into their local place. One of the benefits here is a relationship with Robin Smith as one of, and I was able to support with some additional learning around observing and identifying biodiversity. Networking with kaiako, opportunity to connect our, often trying to help them to be motivated and inspired to be connecting their akonga there, and I can bring value for supporting that wherever, and the stories of the place. The second picture is an example of the opportunity to contribute at kaiako PD. And so, for example, I'm going to be at the West Porirua. I'm having those opportunities because I have these established relationships with key leaders. Quote here from Nadia Loudon with both the senior management as well as the kaiako and the junior and to place and people. Kaitiaki of for a year was in recognition of how well they do a whole school approach, and term teacher network hui that was held at Porirua School, again because I've strong alongside other environmental providers to add value together to see happening across our schools. So, and we had a number of our community, again, just to emphasise that the composting and the organic waste management is another. Next page. I'd like to particularly thank, we've got a picture here of a beautiful well from the perspectives of rangatahi. The mural came about from a small grant from council, inspirations that we're here to support collaboration between Ngāti Toa Rangatira and the wider Porirua community. And so I've been kaiako and the rangatahi leaders that they work with.
And this was when I was a bit more, and we do sort of see it as a really great way of, there's some waste plan, but they often only go a certain distance, and the Wellington City Council, they have a separate staff member who delivers those modules, but pretty much then handshakes to our
different levels here. Have you gone to any external funders to also assist, and is this the total? 29k is one stage, the other one's 52k. Like
level of funding is, Amanda is now living in Kapitoa area. Sort of 10 hours a week is kind of not enough to really help work, and then there's that adding on the delivery of zero waste. And in this region, and all of the Porirua schools would just get invited to Kapiti or Wellington event.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Earlier, so moving right past through to submission 165, Ian McCohen, at 4 minutes. Floor is yours. Oh, cool. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. As we all know, Porirua has had near the end. I support your proposals as outlined. It has prepared the draft information strategy, has done an excellent job, and that particular document should have had a hyperlink us working on, and it's a huge domain. It proposes a 5-step rates increase. What's not said is these are cumulative. My rates, the to 8,600 in 5 years' time. This does not include the Greater Wellington Regional Council portion, which is also proposing a 19% increase this year. Porirua does have a huge infrastructure problem, which will only be improved by enhanced by careful planning and directed expenditure. Alone, I don't mean anything. We have to put the rubber to hit the road. Some of the suburbs are well over 100 years old, and some of the newer suburbs, well, of these respective suburbs. There is a natural design life of any pipe work, but essentially the system does have its faults, but there is little action to future-proof or preventative work. I have little faith in Wellington Water and utterly shake my head if they have got any involvement in your projected proposals in a timely manner, whether in budget or not. They do not display or portray any operational efficiency in their approach to work. They have high-flying, grandiose ideas, then set unrealistic financial costs for the repairs that the council have considered and were unable to. Where is the asset management and what has been done to fix any life-expired infrastructure? Long-term, a well-organised, dedicated team, especially if you employ locals, would be a better end game. I believe this would be a cheaper option. The question is, have you looked at or considered this? And recently, the Horowhenua are detecting the continual leaks as they arise. In our cul-de-sac, we've had numerous leaks in approximately 16 months. Wellington Water just cut and replaced. There's no replacement of the piping. One leak occurred outside 14 and 16. Some of the water travelled underground, formed a large pond at the bottom of the road. One resident spoke to them and said, the leak's already dried up because you fixed it up the road. They said, we're not going anywhere. We're here for 2 days. There's another leak that has 10 weeks going, and the photos I've passed around is what Wellington Water have sent. 3 trucks, traffic management, cones, a cul-de-sac, 9 o'clock, you just get 3 cars. You need to go and take a pragmatic look at the costs. I don't mind traffic management on a busy road, but a little cul-de-sac, it's just over the top.
All right, thank you very much, Ian. We are out of time. I will very quickly... Yeah. All right. Next up, we have submitter 249, Tiara Parata.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge each and every one of you here today and say thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Kia ora, my name is Tiara Parata and I live in Porirua all my life. My iwi is Ngāti Toa and I'm with the Cancer Society Porirua Hub Te Puna Aroha. Today I'd like to present my submission on shade and vaping. We'd like Pro City Council to have a vision of a place in which it is livable for our future generation. In land use, we support the need for growth stats that balance housing with environmental needs. We are proud of our community and we want it to be a desirable place to work, play and do business. Shade is a public infrastructure of practical importance, needing greater investment as the impact of climate change are found across our community. Good quality shade can reduce parks, play areas, reserves, subdivision and housing. Transport hubs are amazing. Well done, Pro City Council. The Local Government Act highlights the need for healthier and safer environments through careful designs to enhance wellbeing. The Cancer Society respectfully requests that Pāru City Council review current shade installed, such as Waitangerua Mall playgrounds and the nature shade in Escott Park Reserve, and both are excellent provisions for that community, an example of what those in lower socioeconomic communities. These are generally undeserved and shade provisions. The network of parks we understand that there is always budget consents as part of the equipment upgrades, but we request Pāru City Council work to ensure adequate shade provisions at all parks, playground and safe housing benefits all in the community. It is practically important for reducing cancer risk around overcrowding and also for those experiencing cancer of effective build and planted shade, provisions for all new developments and subdivisions. We acknowledge that there is infrastructure issues such as tree roots, disturbing water or greenhouse immersion and create safety, communities and improve human health and well-being. As a landlord, we would like to see councils refrain from providing commercial leases to those who sell harmful products, namely alcohol, vaping. For instance, we acknowledge that Pro City Council put people before tobacco and vape industry profits. By supporting smoke-free environment policies, it would be great if we could add vaping to the smoke-free policy as well. Lastly, we would ask that the policy require that vaping products are not visible from the streets. Collaborate is important to elected powers available with the view to enable councils to apply similar processes to licensing, managing the levels of excess and exposed to all harmful products. We are grateful for the ongoing opportunity to this process and are happy to forward you any evidence to support increasing shade. My submission today.
Thank you very much, Tiara. Any questions? I've got Councillor Hayward and then Councillor Ford.
Tiara, kia ora motoa whakaaro I tēnei rā. I am mindful that we don't have much time, but there may be further conversations in the others. And obviously, I'll write this offline as well regards to the smoke-free policy space as well.
Yeah.
But thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Ford.
Just a quick question. It wasn't really for Tiara, it was for our staff. Can you just refresh my memory? Is vaping included in our smoking policy? We got staff here that might be able to answer that.
No, not
You
yet.
made reference to it. I thought.
Yeah.
Next up, we have submitter 252, Kieran Martin and Damien Ekanasio from Capital Basketball. Yeah. Kieran, Damien, you've got 10 minutes. There will be a bell at 8.
Tēnā koe te katoa. I just want to, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come and sit in front of you today. I would also like to, as we are an extension of Basketball New Zealand, in terms of our regional body here across the great. Damien Ekanasio is my name. I'm the General Manager for Capital Basketball. Full disclosure, I'm not your traditional General Manager who sits behind a desk and applies for funding, etc. I like to get my hands dirty and get out there and do the work. And I guess that's why we are here today, to share a little bit about our story. So thanks to Kieran for circulating those pamphlets around. We just wanted to share who we are, what we're doing, what we've done from afar, not being based out here in Porirua, but that is the exciting challenge that we're hoping to propose today, is some support to enable us to ground our feet out this way, moving forward. So, yeah, look, Capital Basketball, we have 4 full-time staff, and look, we're a very much values-based organisation. Basketball is an Olympic sport. It's one of the fastest growing sports and still is at the moment. For those that don't know, volleyball is slowly coming over and they're starting to take over that growth space. But while it's still there, we don't just teach basketball. It's not about dribbling, passing and shooting a ball. I think a lot of people can do that. We do a lot more with that connection. And it's a key part, I think, as to why we've managed to grow over these years. And so, yeah, we are based currently out in the hut. It's been great out that way. I think they've got a lot of benefits from the work that we've done, especially in the local community. But before I touch on some of the things that we have done, I just want to highlight the importance of partnering. Finding out who the organisations are on the ground, and I believe that that's the true reason as to why we've managed to grow the way we have. We can't do all the heavy lifting ourselves, but that partnership with local councils, etc., is something that we're wanting to sort of enhance and move forward even more towards. Hence, sitting in front of you today. So, look, access to programs, getting across to the arena or to ASB in Akotangi or to Walter Nash for some families is actually quite a difficult thing to do. So taking basketball, putting it into the neighbourhood, into the community is a key factor as to why I believe we've grown over these years as well. Before heading here today, had a little drive through Porirua, and for those that live over in the east and across over here in the Ngāti Toa side of Porirua, you might have seen a couple of new hoops that have popped up around the region, and a lot of that has come through because of a partnership with Porirua City Council. So I do want to extend our thanks for that, and even furthermore, we've managed to invest about $60,000 worth of these resources into Porirua through relationships with funders that we've got. So we've done that in the last 12 months. I'd also like to say, with the help that there's from Porirua City Council, that they've actually put down a couple of plexi-pave courts now. So those spaces for us is an opportunity for our community to get moving. And part of also what we've done now is enhance that offering. We're pretty inclusive in terms of what we do. We think basketball tends to be sort of a lot for able-bodied, which is great. But we also run events like wheelchair basketball, whānau leagues, and I'll share this quickly within my 10 minutes. We've piloted a whānau league at Walter Nash in the Hut in term 1, and one of the most rewarding things for me was seeing 3 generations on the court at once. Walking basketball, okay, it's not high pressure on the body and the bones for some of us sitting around the table today, but in terms of family, seeing them come down, you had a grandmother, her daughter, and her moko, all out on a basketball court, walking around, rolling on the floor, as our Pacific people like to do, cackling. They were probably drowning out the music that was playing in the background. But again, a pilot, which then we go, this is what it's done. This is the impact it's had in the first term off our own backs. What can we do now to increase that opportunity for more people to get moving? So, yeah, I could wrangle on a whole bunch of different things that we've done out this way, but I think the key point of this is we've done it all from afar. We've done it based out on the hut. We do serve the Greater Wellington region, which is everything lower north of Kapiti, Otaki. We're pushed out to Levin because that's where the need is, and they've asked us to help, but then also Wairarapa down. But we do get asked this question, why do Porirua have the best courts in the Greater Wellington region, the best hoops? And I say to that, why not? I'm born and bred from the city, but I just feel like if this is the need and this is where the need is, why don't we do that? And so, yeah, look, today it's about having a look at a new facility out this space. We're not talking a big grand TRA, Te Rauparaha Arena, or a multi-purpose 3-4 court facility. We're talking about a little home base, maybe 1 to 2 courts. We've already lobbied with a few people and supporters to try to get us across. We're not asking for the full amount today, but we are asking for a contribution towards fit-out costs for us to actually come here, sit foot in this place and actually help build and keep the city thriving. So yeah, the challenge is we've done it from afar. Imagine what we can do if we're based out this way. So yeah, we are looking for $250,000 in terms of some support for fit-out costs. We've spent $25,000 on a feasibility study to determine where the right place is for us to have a look at, and Porirua is perked up as one of those options, and I feel like it's the right move for us also. But at the same time, we want to do more. We want to do more out this way. So that's what we're looking for, and also potentially $20,000 over a 5-year period to assist with operational costs for us until we can get fully sustainable through the programs that we're doing at the moment. So, Fav, you've got the documents sitting in front of you. If you can just cast your eyes quickly to the last page, which is the second to last page, which just talks to our future, the horizon. We've developed some things over 2024, but the future of this, in terms of this facility, we hope will unlock opportunities for us to do more with basketball. We don't do representative basketball. We fully support associations to do that. So we're literally around the grassroots infrastructure build and trying to create that love for the community and get people moving. So some of the things that we want to do in that space is partnerships with Oranga Tamariki, Ministry of Youth Development. We've had discussions. We just don't have the capacity or the right space for them to come down to, just because of things like security, etc., and safety. So can they be unlocked? 100%. If we have a space of our own that we can call home, where we can actually have a look at those things. And also a few of the other things that are sort of listed down there. Cool. So that's cut off and save time for the next one.
Yeah, well,
but look,
thank you very much.
Yeah,
There is time for some questions. If any councillors have got you, Councillor Filo.
Kia ora, Damien.
Kia ora.
Good to see you.
You too.
I've got a couple of questions. Yep. So you mentioned Porirua sort of perked up in terms of location. Is that the preferred regional location, our city, is it, for this?
For our organisation, yes. Yep.
And is that based on, what's that based on?
We met with Wellington City Council. We've met with the councils over this, and so all the growth is out in Northern Ward. So the next facility needs to be out this way. This is like a 10-year pop-up facility until, I guess, a grandiose facility is built out this way. We know that council has plans for multi-million-dollar, tens of million-dollar facilities out here in the foreseeable future, but we need something now, in the next 12 months. You know, places and space in terms of basketball courts. Aotea College, 30 teams, 1 court. You know, they have 2 rugby teams, 3 rugby fields. The maths just doesn't work. And so this proposal, we feel like 1.1 to $1.5 million will get us another court. 3x3 is now Olympic sport. We can get 2 3x3 courts. We can actually, the leagues that Damien's run over a 10-week period here in Porirua create $36,000 in income revenue for us. And the reality is that if we ran it for 52 weeks and had this going, the operational cost of this facility would happen. But we need council's support. We've got a facility in mind or a place in mind to be able to fit out. But this is just being able to start that process with the council to be able to say, this can happen. We've invested money in this, as Damien said, $25,000. Helmut was actually one of our original trustees. So we've spoken to Helmut regarding this, and he's proposed a place. So we're here to talk about that. But
just to add quickly to that, there's been an offer of sort of some spaces out here for a temporary office for us from a couple of local community people, which has been nice. So the interest is there for us to have a base out this way. It's just that extra sort of support for a facility potentially.
I liked the idea of the Cannons Creek one, the Cook Island location, just personally. There's no doubt that there's a need based on what you've said with the schools and the teams. So would it be owned by Capital Basketball, the facility? Would it be owned by
actually, the facility we're looking at is actually owned by Porirua City Council.
We were looking at Lydney. One Lydney place was potentially an opportunity in discussions with Helmut and council around that, but I think that's sort of slightly changed in terms of where it is, which is fine, but we're looking for anywhere at the moment. If anyone knows an empty shell, let us know.
We believe we can raise the money with council support, but that 250 is, like any fund of the stadium being built, we're asking for the same here at Porirua City Council. We're not saying give us the money now, but if we can raise the other $1 million, then would council give us that 250 to be able to do the fit out? There's a lot to discuss here. We realise it can't be done in 10 minutes, but...
We're almost out of time. I've got a quick question from Councillor Ford, and we're happy.
Shared facilities.
Yeah.
We have a facility here, the arena, you mentioned it. Is there any reason why you wouldn't consider that as a home?
Look, the arena would love to have a look at that as a home. I think there is also... there's different uses for the arena, which I guess might be prioritised over some of the other things that we're looking at. And that's why we're looking at things like off-peak hours. Maybe that's a chance for us, but the kids are in school at that time.
Okay, cool.
So trying to book it's quite busy. Also, like Walton Nash, just in comparison, court hire there's $150. Court hire at arena is $750.
Okay, that's good to know.
It's a massive difference for us.
And then, the other thing, in your feasibility study, in there was a proposal, or there was a suggestion, point of view was a little bit different to what you have in your numbers. So
that feasibility was done 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess
things have changed.
Things change.
Numbers
Things change.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Sweet. Thanks.
Councillor, we're happy.
Just very quickly, I think Councillor Ford asked my question, but I just want to say quickly thank you for the investment in the hoops, particularly at Richard Totolo Park in Severs Grove.
Yeah.
Amazing there, and we see the kids absolutely loving it. I didn't realise that Mr. Modlick was employed by the City Council either.
All right. Thank you very much, Damien, Karen. Thank you. All right, councillors, we've got 2 more submitters before we go to break. So our next submitter, 172, Jorn Scherzer. You have 5 minutes. There will be a bell at 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to hold you off from your coffee cup. Thank you. Before touching on a couple of points, I'd like to clarify that I'm as a paddler. I'll just talk to a couple of points in my submissions, and then happy to take any questions. So one of the first ones is that no one likes rates increases, and if you ask anyone on the street whether they would like to have a rate increase for effectively the same service, they'd probably say no. But that's what we need to get proper renewal and repair of the water networks in particular. So when the average household pays over $1,000 a year in broadband, that's the average in New Zealand, and we pay out about $700 for each of the water networks, something doesn't seem quite aligned in my view. The fixed lines charges component of my electricity contract alone is $2.50 per day. That's over $900 a year, and that's just for the fixed lines component. So if you compare that to the two water networks, again, it looks a little bit out of kilter. So based on the state of the Three Waters network and the flow-on effects of that on the harbour and its users, it's very clear that more funding is needed. So I'm probably one of the few ones that actually supports you in your journey and says, good on you. And if anything, make it more, because we need to spend more money. The second point is that the rubbish and recycling service that's been proposed, so I'm in strong support of that, and the comparison I've provided in my submission demonstrates the benefits that is available to households. Unfortunately, that doesn't really come through in the consultation document, so I don't know whether some of the residents are actually fully aware of the benefits in terms of the financial savings to households, particularly those, probably about 80% of households that actually do have rubbish bins already, private rubbish bins. So again, I support council in pushing ahead with this change, and as part of the implementation, I also encourage you to embed emission reductions in the new contract. So think electric rubbish collection trucks and the like. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Jorn, for coming in and talking about this. And your knowledge in waste reduction is well acknowledged by me. You mentioned before around communicating the potential benefits to ratepayers as users of waste services, namely the landfill. One part that doesn't get talked a lot is that there's also the opportunity cost of ETS charges, which is taken out of direct users of the landfill, that if there was no organics going into the landfill, that cost would no longer be required. So perhaps that's also a part of the conversation that needs to also be reinforced when we talk about the issue of organics and removal from diverting from landfill.
Absolutely, it's a bit of a short-term versus long-term, so short-term costs versus long-term benefits. At the moment, Porirua is a landfill, and let's assume it does close in 2030 if you don't get a consent. But even if you do get a consent, you will probably need to invest a lot more money. Ultimately, if that consent finishes, the question is, well, what do you do with your waste? It needs to go somewhere. So it then has to be transported out of region for a much higher cost than it currently is. And if you have a look at even the costs at the transfer station at Kapiti, it'll give you a little bit of an idea of how much higher the cost might have to be for that to happen. And of course, that cost isn't really talked about when we talk about the waste service costs right now. It's what you can afford, and clearly the landfill, as I've indicated in my submission, probably makes council in the vicinity of 5 million plus net revenue. So the question is, can we reinvest some of that, or can you reinvest some of that to invest in the future?
So one more follow-up question. There's also the perception by some that say that, well, the landfill is making a tremendous amount of money for the council in terms of the straight revenue that's coming in. The cost is covered. Cost recovery is 100%. What other incentive is there other than cost to reduce our commitment on such a profitable cost centre?
I think that's a question for you as a council, because you're supposed to look at the long term, not just the short term. Ultimately, if you think about a scenario of the landfill closing in 2030, that net revenue of $5 million will just come off your books, and you will have to find it in rates somewhere else. If you extend the life of the landfill, you get some of the benefit for longer. You won't necessarily get the net revenue, but you at least have somewhere to put that waste until we have a slightly more longer-term solution for it.
All right, just before we wrap up, I had one very quick question. Jorn, you talked about embedding emissions reduction into contracts. I wonder if you could just very quickly speak to, are there particular examples of other councils you're aware of which we could look to as best practice in that space?
Well, which council comes to mind? You could have a look at, there's actually a number of councils that do now have, say, electric rubbish trucks to deliver services, but it doesn't have to be just limited to that particular example. And but Lower Hutt would be one of the cities that has already got that. But I know also that New Plymouth is investing in that, and my understanding is Dunedin and their procurement for their new service is also looking at that very closely. So it's absolutely possible. But do it at the procurement stage. Don't leave it till after.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much. All right. Cheers, Jorn. Right. Our next submitter, Kitiona Toera. on behalf of Te Kiwanui. Kia ora, Kitiona, you have 5 minutes. There will be a bell at 4 minutes.
Kia ora ana koutou, kia ora ana tātou katoa, te roa nui o tō tātou atu koe Yesu Mesia. Dear Mayor, Mama, Auntie Anita, and Deputy, and also to our kaumātua, kia ora ana koe, e te mito tāne, and to all the councillors today. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. This is my first submission for my council after living here for 32 years. It has taken the plea from my children to make this appearance today. I have been involved with various events and projects in our city over the years. I've always been loud and proud being a Porirua resident, but this has pulled my heartstring to have a voice. I was scheduled to fly out today at 3:10 p.m. due to the passing of our beloved auntie, who was a mother to my family every time we traveled to Rarotonga. I forgot actually about this presentation. I was overwhelmed with grief until Vanessa Masoi behind me had popped my bubble. I'm here, and I rescheduled just for these precious 4 minutes I have with you. I want to endorse and further echo my Pacific colleagues' voices in their presentations to you all earlier. You saw our children come through. One of them is my sister's daughter from Porirua College. You heard their voices. You heard the voices of the committee, of the trust, and you have our lead boy, our son here, who is the lead in that particular project, our dear Nathan here. And for them, that pulls my heartstring. That pulls my passion, my mother heart, my grandmother heart. And so the importance of considering in your plannings to support for the Kiwanui Festival. I cannot stress the importance, and you heard all that, the presentation that was given earlier, the benefits. I read your long-term plan and acknowledge the challenges and struggles you faced and will continue to face to ensure the infrastructures are set to ensure that you build a safe environment, a safe community for our people, and more importantly, for our future generation. And it is for the sake of that future generation that I am seeking your endorsement, that I speak here today on their behalf also. Be the councillors that will make our young Pacific children have a sense of belonging, as alluded earlier by my colleague Maria, and pride of our beautiful city. That despite the projected increased rates to be charged to their parents, you will support what they have voiced is important to them, to our children. I heard their fair request from the committee earlier for 50K each year. I'm sure if much deep thinking goes into your planning and consideration into the submission submitted to you all, you will think that that is not enough to invest for our young people here in Porirua. You, this Porirua City Council, have made me proud to learn. I was informed, and I think my source is reliable, that you are the only council that holds a flag-raising ceremony on our language weeks. And can I say, that speaks volume. And I'm proud because I do attend those, some of those, and for most of those Pacific flag raising. Be that council that values and nurtures your Pacific children's cultural talents that you have seen demonstrated over the years. Be that council that will not quickly push these submissions from our young people and pushing it aside, but will seriously consider, and not just consider, but put monetary value to it. I heard the 50K, put more than that. Be that council that is different from other councils for your Pacific young people. The Kiwanui is a one-day event, but the learning of their heritage and development of valuable skills over the months in preparation for that one day is simply huge and rewarding for teachers, coaches, everybody. You know the feeling. That sense of Porirua pride. The impact of the festival is immeasurable. The increased level of confidence, leadership building, as our young girl alluded earlier, spoke and shared. And the social interactions and the networking that our young people will establish, you know what I mean? That's what you will be investing in, and that's not a waste of money. As the second highest ethnic group in Porirua, it's never a waste of money to invest in a project that brings our community together to celebrate amid upheavals and government changes, etc. To conclude, we have a Cook Islands proverb which says, being interpreted, if the eyes of the parent are open, the children will live. Bear with me, almost there. I believe this is fitting for you as parents responsible for the well-being of our children in our city, that your eyes are open on the benefits that you may not receive and nor receive now, but your children, our future generation will benefit from your favorable consideration of our submission. Kia ora ana, e kia manuia. And I believe there's no questions, Mr. Chair.
Looks like there aren't.
Thank you very much.
On your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, that we will adjourn the meeting for now, breaking until 3:30. So it's about 25 minutes, and we'll come back. Our next submission will be Natalie Vermark at 3:30 p.m. So for now, I'll adjourn the meeting. All right, I will reopen the meeting at 3:30 p.m. Our next submitter is submitter 190, Natalie Verma from the Citizens Advice Bureau. Natalie, if you'd like to come forward. You have 10 minutes to speak. There will be a bell at 8 minutes. That 10 minutes includes time for questions from councillors. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Firstly, an apology from Sue Shotter, our chair. She's got COVID. I am Natalie Vermark, and I am the manager of the CAB Porirua. With me today is Carol, our board secretary, and Alison, one of our board members, both of whom are trained and accredited volunteers at our bureau. I am proud to sit here today and say I am the manager of the Citizens Advice Bureau Porirua. I am proud of the commitment we, as a volunteer-run organisation, have to our community. I am proud that over the past 3 years, we have directly supported over 12,000 people and hosted clinics that have supported a further 6,000 people. I would like to thank the Council for their continued support of the CAB. This enables us to continue to provide a quality service and advice to Porirua residents. We have come here today to ask that the Council continues to support the CAB through providing it with $26,000 in grant funding each year for the next 3 years, a modest increase of $1,000 per year on the previous grant to allow for a 3% CPI adjustment. We are very mindful of the fiscal constraints on the Council, and we are committed to fund the remaining 75% of our yearly budget through grant applications. We receive no government funding. We are also aware that we have to work harder on grant applications as the pots get smaller. Our CAB empowers individuals with knowledge to address challenges they are facing in their lives. You will see on pages 3 of our submission ways that we support the Council to achieve a safe, active, and healthy community. Page 4 of our submission talks about social return on investment. That is, for every $1 invested in the CAB, it results in a $13.20 social investment return. This equates to a yearly return of $343,000 in social impact, all for a $26,000 investment. Pages 9 and 10 of our submission show examples of our mahi. These range from the easy, for example, helping to write a letter fill out an online form, to the heart-wrenching support that is needed by some people, things like child protection, family support, and financial hardship. We regularly assist people who come to us because they are excluded from services or are unable to receive information because they are not able to access and use technology. In today's world, this is getting worse, not better. People have asked us, with Google, why is the CAB still necessary? My reply to this is, our information is fact-checked. It is relevant and up-to-date. You can trust the CAB's information. You can trust that all our volunteers are well-trained, and you can know that we are supported by a robust, nationally run organisation. We have been operating in the Porirua community since 1976, and we pride ourselves on our manakitanga, the way we welcome everyone into our office. We are in the top 15 busiest CABs in the country, and as you can see on page 8 of our submission, our clients' ethnicity and ages reflect our community. We are a community connector, and our community directory is an excellent example of this. We maintain an extensive local database of over 400 local services, and we contact them annually to keep the information up to date. As an organisation, we continue to evolve to meet the needs of our communities. In the past 2 months, the National Organisation of CAB has released a youth website. This is a fabulous resource that we are promoting locally and that we've shared with the Council. with the council. Shortly, the CAB National Organisation will be releasing a report on Maori engagement with CABs that we will be looking to discuss locally. Again, thank you for your time and your consideration. We are very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I open the floor to questions. Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Natalie, Carol, Alison, thank you for coming in. I appreciate the submission that you've brought in, particularly the anecdotes of the people that you help. I'm wondering if I could give a chance for, and this may be both for Alison and Carol, to talk about your reflections on the types of challenges that Natalie referred to in regards to accessing computer technology in the digital literacy space, but also the increased impact of a downturn in the economy and the pressures on the financial pressures on people that come to your office. Do you have any anecdotes squared away that can reflect the current situation for people in Porirua?
You want to start?
Sorry, Carol, do you mind just pressing the button on that microphone? Should glow green.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. We have a variety of calls that come through. A number of them come through with people who are having difficulty in accessing a benefit. If they have a disability or they've lost their job or whatever particular reason it is that they need some government support, and the difficulty of dealing with the ministry concerned is quite frequent. We have, to the extent we are now offering on a weekly by appointment basis, our own advocate. She's a lawyer who has extensive experience in working with people with a variety of problems. And so we are having to do this because there was so much support needed for people dealing with WINS and so on and so forth. That's one particular area concerned.
Another example, increasing numbers of KiwiSaver hardship withdrawal not appointments, but dealings. Those forms are quite extensive, and often the people have to gather a significant amount of information that we can help them understand where to get it, how to put the case in the most effective way. So that's definitely been a significant uptick in just demand. And more organisations you can't reach on the phone in a credible time period. So if you're not digitally literate, you really struggle.
Follow-up question. Where do you think people who are who seek CAB's services here in Porirua are going to go if your service is not available to them because of cost and you're having to shut down services?
That's really quite difficult because a number of organisations are themselves reducing their ability. If you look at the number of food banks that we used to have here, now we've got virtually none. And so we have this constant problem of everybody is cutting down on the time and the ability to assist people who are our local community, simply because of everybody is being cut back in terms of finance to a large degree.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Carol, Alison, Natalie, for coming in today. Councillor Hayward asked one of my questions, but I do also want to note you made a reference to the social return on investment, and you had $13 was the return.
Yep.
That particular study was from North
Shore. Yeah.
Is it likely that the return on social impact or social investment is higher here in Porirua?
Probably.
It's probably hard to be confident, but your heart sort of tells you probably.
Yeah.
But I would have no research to back that up. I mean, the review in Auckland their ethnicity, they had 130 people in their study, 1,030 people in their study, 12% were under 30, 7% were Māori, 65% were female. Now, that ethnicity reflects North Shore versus here.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think you've answered
it's
my
hard
question.
to be confident in a
Thanks.
response.
All right, were there any final questions on this? Doesn't appear to be any. Thank you very much to all three of you. All the best, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you, everybody, for your time and the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, next we have a submission 217 from Diane Strugnall on behalf of the Pāotahanui Residents Association. Kia ora, Diane. You have 10 minutes for your submission. You'll hear a bell at 8 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address this LTP hearing. Many of you will know I'm Diane Strugnall and representing the Pāotahanui Residents Association, and supported with Anna, one of our other members, and apologies from others unable to make it. First, we would like to acknowledge the effort that has been made by the Council, that's both councillors and council officers, as well as our own community, in building the knowledge and understanding around the complexities of council planning, managing infrastructure and its concomitant effect on rates. We've truly appreciated the effort that has gone into that over this past year. It's been remarkable. We believe that the opportunities that have been presented have provided a good basis for increased understanding from both sides. We wish to build on this, and we believe that there is a lot more for Council to understand about the rural living situation and what it entails, the costs to landowners that we believe help the Council's bottom line, and the contribution that we, the rural community, make to Council's overall wellbeing, for example, through our active management of the natural environment, including significant natural areas, fresh water, and the control of pests and animals. Within this sits the debate around user pays, targeted rates, and the rural differential. We were pleased to note that the rural differential was not under discussion for this LTP, at least. Meanwhile, we, as the Residents Association, have been working with our community to clarify our understanding of what it means to be rural within Porirua, so that we can use this information for future engagements with Council. This includes acknowledging the differences between rural and urban ratepayers, and above all, the need to be, and especially perceived to be, fair to all property owners across the different zones. Finally, we'd like to address the question of village planning, and we know that we're not alone looking at other submissions and lamenting the potential loss of the village planning program. We see that the village planning program has been a great and innovative program, and that it has had a positive effect on the city. There are definite flaws within the program, including the capital expenditure nature of the program. But that aside, it built relationships between the community and council, and also between the different villages. In these constrained times, we acknowledge that some of the village planning projects come under the nice to have rather than the very definite needs, and we understand that council has commitments to address infrastructure, and that these nice to haves maybe need to be put to one side. As a committee, when we were discussing this and trying to think a little bit laterally, we felt that it would be a retrograde step to remove village planning completely and to lose the concept and the role that it played. So we would like council to consider continuing to keep it as a line item in your books, even if for this term it is assigned a zero balance. This would keep alive the concept of village planning and keep it ready to go when, optimistically, council has more funding and there's a more favourable economic climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Do we have any questions from councillors? There do not appear to be any questions. Thank you very much. All the best. Cheers. All right. Next, we have submitted 220 Terry Johnston on behalf of the Mana Cycling. Kia ora, Terry. You have 10 minutes. You will hear a bell at 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
This afternoon, everyone. My first time as a submitter, so bear with me. Yes, I represent the Mana Cycle Group, which is not a big group in terms of numbers, but there's a massive following of cycling enthusiasts behind me, and they're all very much willing that we can get some focus in the right direction. The club, just as a quick intro, has been around for about 10 years, mainly made up of volunteers like myself, and our aim is to make Porirua area a better place for mountain biking and for cycling in general. It's not just about mountain biking. We survive mainly on the volunteer labour and skills, donations from supporters of the club, and of course we apply to the charitable trusts as well, and that buys equipment and some materials. That's about it, really. Porirua City Council have traditionally supported us in sharing the resources that enable us to build the tracks, maintain the tracks, and resurfacing, because they are getting a great deal of traffic right now. Okay, so our primary thrust in being here is the importance of Rangatui, and as an asset that needs to be fully utilised. Okay, its proximity to the main centre. The transport is better in terms of other competing places. You know, that whole mountain is so close to the central CBD. The benefits to the city are economic, of course, health, more attractive place to live when you've got these recreational facilities, and the work and play thing, which we know a lot of people do. A lot of people work and go up at lunchtime. There's any amount of examples. And now we are starting to see events. Okay, so what can we do to make the most of this opportunity over the next 10 years? That's what we're here for. The long-term plan makes no mention of this significant opportunity for the city. Now, we've got the Adventure Park proposal. If this proceeds, then current plans will see massive development. We know that. If the consent period is extended, the Mana Cycle Group strongly believe we should be involved in its development of the trails early and not at the end of the park building process. That's our problem at the moment. They only want us involved when it's all operational. It does not make sense. Okay? We've got so much to contribute. Okay, so if it doesn't go ahead, we just want to focus on Plan B. What's Plan B? We want people to think about Plan B. We can quickly involve interest groups such as ourselves, the Mana Cycle Group, service clubs, local businesses, and I've been talking to them, contractors, the scouts. We're involving the scouts every year, who can assist and partially self-manage, assisting in trails. This is not the development of, you know, all the facilities and other things. This is the trails. We want our original vision and the Porirua Adventure Parks to be fulfilled, a national standard mountain bike park on our mountain. The consented trails should still be the focus. Choose the best 3 trails. This is what we're trying to focus on. There's a lot of trails that have already been blazed and are on a plan. Choose 3, set out to build them, and with joint input from Porirua City Council and other contributors, we can make it happen. We basically want to redirect the community enthusiasm and the energy, there's a lot of energy out there, to these pre-agreed trails, not the pirate trails. We want to focus all this energy onto doing the things that are already planned on paper. It's just such a waste of energy. This can be done at little or no cost to the council. It really can. we would raise funds, as we have done, for existing trails. We continue to do so. There is a proven successful record with our relationship with the council, like I said before. And in the maintenance, I've set up a maintenance program myself with a chat group. We've got all these volunteers, and that's why the trails are looking better than they ever have. It's volunteer again, but it's just coordinating it. We can do that ourselves. Okay, so we'd like to thank actually at this time that the council have been really good. We know that their budget's constraints, but they've still helped us where we need to, so we do acknowledge that. Rangatui is massively popular. We ask you to check out the number of cars on Raiha Street in the weekends. It's just amazing. The numbers grow. Okay, so however, we've got the fact that park users have a choice, and we've already had this talked about. If we don't get this thing going right, they're just going to vote with their feet. They're going to go to Macra, they're going to go to Mount Vic, they're going to go to Wainuiamata. They get frustrated. They get bored with certain things. We need the growth of good trails and maintained trails. They will go somewhere else and spend their money and time. We don't want Rangatui as a gem to slip down the list. Basically, that's what we're saying. Keep it up there. Keep the focus. Okay, riders are all types of people, families, young singles. There's Lower Hutt have clubs, like 20 guys come on an evening, and then they go to the pubs and cafes. That's the economic side. The amount of people that come are also going to help the service industries like the bike shops, clothing, they've got to buy all the gear, etc. The events like Grand Traverse are amazing, and as I say, there are others that are coming on that we would like to see. So, yeah, it's a massive economic growth opportunity, and we do recognise that it was also as part of the Wellington Regional Economic Plan that was made several years ago. So it needs to be in Porirua City Council's plan too. Okay, there are many baby boomers out there, these groups, the massive groups that do all these recreational rides. They need facilities, they need the link routes. This is what we're also trying to say, not just Rangatui, all the link roads we want to still see on the plan. They need to be safe riding, away from general traffic if possible, and just linking it up with all the cafes and bars and craft places. The retirees love to do all these different excursions, and they continue to want to do that. Now, the connectors we've seen happening, the Papakowhai to Parramatta is now under construction. That's fantastic. We just don't want to see other planned things off the list. Onipoti to Titahi Bay to Wanera Drive, I think we want to still see that, not disappear. Paranui to Kapiti via Battle Hill and Transmission Gully. There's a lot of discussion already happening with that. That's going to be amazing, rather than have to go along Centennial Drive. Yeah. So in conclusion, Rangatui is too significant an opportunity to be overlooked in long-term planning. More trails are needed as soon as possible. Council may take the view that this opportunity will be realised by the construction of the adventure park if it goes ahead. But at this stage, it's news to us. If it doesn't, then we say we need a plan B quickly. That's our main thrust. Thank you. Cool.
In your submission with us, you mentioned a plan B, and I just wanted to make sure that I've got this right. Enhanced and or not repaired, but just improved. And
we want those still on the plan. Most of the stuff's planned. It just needs to stay there on track. I mentioned the 3 trails. No, they're 3 consented trails that are part of the adventure park consent process. And of course, if they don't keep them, they're already planned. They're on a map available for people to bring up. And they've got a number, okay? All these trails have a number. We want to pick the best 3 numbers that are the next
3 best new trails.
Yes, I probably wasn't clear on that.
In the 10-year plan.
Yes, please.
Okay, cool, thank you.
We have submitter 230, Jenny Brash. Kia ora, Jenny. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Chair, Madam Mayor, councillors I haven't met, taku. Right, mine's fairly short. I had a day to do it when I came back before the closing. Very uncertain with the government changing and with water and everything else going on. So I just congratulate you on what you have done. Several concerns I have, though, is the deferring of the Parramatta Waste Trunk Upgrade Stage 2 wastewater rising mains and pump station upgrades. Now I've got that. I had to read that off. But can I make a plea? Please push them ahead if you can. You know, I know you've got so many things, but it seems to me that the Whaetua program goals and the harbour strategy are not going to be met until we can actually close that loop between the new main that's been built down the motorway division up there, and they're going ahead and they're selling now. You know, and I'm thinking, how is that sewage main going to cope? And I'm pretty sure it won't. And because we have had manholes popping in Mana Esplanade for people living below the Mana Esplanade for many, many years. And so if you can bring that forward, I think that would be fantastic. And maybe with things settling with the Three Waters reform, you might be able to. I think that's crucial because we won't meet our goals, excuse me, for water quality other than that in the future. I just want to, I found this. It is an internationally acclaimed program, and I wouldn't mind it back, but I thought for those of you that haven't, well, you had a son, of course, Ross, who went over and got the award for this in Chicago, and the one thing it did do was to establish partnership and relationships with all our communities. And I know that you've got an affordability issue, but even if you kept a small amount in there, first meeting we had, and haven't got time to describe it, but it was amazing the goodwill all of those Residents Association chairs came up with and divvied it out. It was quite incredible. So in that regard, and it keeps relationships alive. The other thing is seems to have totally ignored the future of local government. That was a big report done that you would have had input into, that you would be aware of. The recommendations, I made sure both our aspirants to be our MPs got copies of those last year, and I'm sure you did too. I think it's just gathering dust, and I think we are facing a serious threat to local government. I really do. You know, every council has got double digit into council. They cannot not do it. They cannot bring in regulations without looking at economic and regulatory impact statements and economic impacts on every council. No other body would allow another body to impose regulations and legislation on them without looking at the economic impacts. And we have the amount of national revenue that comes back to any council, you know, to local government. Every other, Australia's 50%, UK's 50%. You look at the Scandinavian countries, every other country gets a bigger share of the national take. So all strength to your arm, because I think we need you, all of us, including communities, we need to be behind you. We're all aware of this, and we cannot allow central government to just trample on local government any longer, because I think they've done it for decades. And so, yeah. So all strengths to your arm. Yeah.
Here. Thank you,
Anything
Jenny.
I can do to help.
Very quickly, any questions for Jenny?
Have you? Anybody who hasn't read it? Kathleen, have you seen this one?
Next we have Henry Samia, submission 230 on behalf of Partners Porirua. Perfect. Cool.
Yeah, I think it's there.
Cool. Help's coming.
All right. Thank you. Kia ora, talawhalawa. My name is Henry Samir from Partners Porirua, and I'm joined here to speak to our submission. Partners Porirua is a not-for-profit charitable trust. We've been around operating in Porirua for the past 24 years,
and currently located in the CBD. We've got a staff of 20, 19 of whom are actually residents of Porirua City. Our mission is to grow and develop young people in preparation for the working world. Or as you'll see as our strapline, which is Tupu Rangatahi, which is Māori Pasifika translation of that. Today we've got three real simple or key messages that we want to share and that relate to our two contracts that we have with the council and also how they align with a couple of the areas that have been identified by council in terms of the strategic direction. So one, you see on the presentation there around creating thriving communities where everyone can be safe and healthy and keeping tamariki and rangatahi at the heart of our city. Now the first of the messages is really around the demand and complexity of our rangatahi at the moment, and I'm sure many of you are aware, and which is why I wanted to start also with the quote there from the great Mahatma Gandhi, which is the true measure of a society is how they treat their most vulnerable. Now, Partners Porirua has proven experience in providing a range of youth services to support that cohort of our most vulnerable, one of the most vulnerable cohorts in our city, 16 to 24-year-olds who are proportionately have a higher proportion of Māori and Pasifika, teenage parents or young people that are no longer engaged in formal education, homeless, and so many of these sort of issues that the rangatahi that come through our doors experience. Just a quick snapshot of some numbers. Again, over the course of 12 months, you're looking at around about over 3,000 visitors or young people coming through our doors in a year. And the 270, I wanted to just touch on that young people that we provide sort of intensive wraparound support, because again, a lot of these young people have come to us with having experienced domestic violence, homelessness, mental health, and a whole range of issues, teenage parents, as I'd mentioned before. And 61% of growth in that demand really reflects, the landscape and what we're going through now. So obviously, the pressures that parents and families are feeling almost always trickles down to our rangatahi, and they're the ones who are often faced with having to deal with these issues, and often on their own with no support. So it's a privilege for us to be able to be in that space and to support them. But along with that increase comes along a range of issues, particularly violence issues and incidents around. Like I said, we're basically a young person who about a month ago came through with a weapon. So again, it's good that we can provide them the space, but we have to sort of manage that carefully. Just quickly, again, a quick snapshot of job seekers, registered job seekers in Porirua. This was actually just at April of this year, sorry. So you're talking about a total, and the thing I wanted to highlight there was that is just, it's getting worse. About a month ago, it was probably around the 500 mark. So we can see the trajectory heading, and we really want to get in there and reduce the flow of the young people that are tracking in that trajectory. And we also understand that if we don't address these things now, what Partners Porirua have done and have always sort of been concerned with is around having tangible solutions. So I just wanted to talk to one of our programs, which we feel is a tangible and actual thing, something that you can actually do and actually see and get results out of. So we have a successful Drive for Life program. And again, the key highlights of our own coaches are endorsed instructors, and they facilitate the community mentor program. But really, it's just we can't do this without the support of the council, and we do appreciate that we've received funding through the council to do these programs. And just a quick note on that Drive for Life program, we had a study conducted by Impact Lab, which gave us a return on investment for every dollar. It was $5, $5.40, so not quite $13, but I mean, you know, we did the study, so we've got, I can send you the research. But now, and again, we just wanted to bring that up because employers tell us that it's a key skill that young people need. So we're like, okay, well, let's just get it done. Let's just come and see Ross and see if he can do some mentor driving for us, and just whatever we can do to partner up with a snapshot of 95 jobs. Now, those jobs are they're not just your average person. Like I mentioned before, you're talking about rangatahi who are already on the back foot. So 95 jobs in the scheme of things for that cohort of young people is a great achievement. And actually, we wanted to acknowledge the work that we've done with employers, and it's actually the work that was set up by Nick Leggett 10 years ago, the old Mayors for Task Force, that's what they called it, but now it's called Youth to Work. So that is still an ongoing program, 10 years on, or 10 or 12 years, I can't remember. I've gone grey, but that's a really good example of a partnership program with employers that to this day still works, and it only works because you guys fund it or you support us to do that. So we really appreciate it. We want to finish off by playing this clip, because actually, at the end of the day, any of our programs are about our rangatahi, and this is a video of actually down here in the CBD of our young people. So.
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around. We unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others.
Yes, I am hopeful for today. Take this music and use it. Let it take you away and be hopeful. Yes, I am hopeful for today. Take this music and use it. Let it take you away and be hopeful. And he'll make a way. I know it ain't easy, but that's okay, 'cause we hopeful.
We understand the issues that council face, particularly around need to contest with in terms of infrastructure and all that sort of things. But our voice is to make sure that our young people are heard, and that also that we don't forget about tomorrow. I mean, that's a very.
I'll open up for questions, Councillor Hayward.
Thanks for coming in. Always, again, another one of the organisations where my ears get larger. Tell me about an anecdote about some of the people who go through Youth to Work, who then go working for the contractors who are being charged by our city on behalf of through Wellington Water to fix and build our pipe network, because that is actually a direct consequence of the funding and support that we provide. Can you tell me an anecdote around that?
So you're asking about? Sorry, can I just clarify that?
Tell me a story about someone one of your rangatahi that's now working with, say, Downer or something like that.
Not hands-on, but I can tell you that we've probably had about between 40 and 50 young people go through the Downer program, which starts out as a work experience program where we've actually linked up with the colleges, and they get work experience while they're at college. That's paid during the holidays, which is of real value in this community, that the kids are able to actually take some money home. And then at the end of the year, if that experience has worked out and they've identified that that's a job that they want to pursue, they're actually offered full-time employment with Downers. And that's been outstandingly successful. I think something like I was just looking around the room because I had a flashback of Dennis Latham's grandson was actually one of the very first young people to go through that program when he was at Aotea College. and I'm sure all of you probably know somebody who's been through that program and is now working, and many of them have been promoted. You know, they're now the team leaders and driving around in the downer vans. You know, it's just a fantastic success story, and we have emulated that model with other employers. Bid Foods last year took 5 young people on 1 day of work experience. And I think 4 of those are now in full-time work with them.
Can I just add, Jeff, one of the team leaders that were at Downer for a couple of years left his job, again, which is okay. Like, he came back to us and went back into mental health. He decided that it wasn't quite for him. So in terms of being, that intervention, that part of the journey is also something to keep in mind. But thanks.
We've just ticked over time very quickly. I've got a question from Councillor Philo and Councillor Ford.
Hey, thanks for coming in and sharing those stories as well that you just spoke about with Downers. Was that those numbers you shared, 40 to 50 kids? Was that over? What was the time span?
I think that program's been going for about 8 to 9 years.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And is that is Downers sort of your main?
Well, they were the very first company that we started that work experience type model with, so we've been working with them the longest. Yeah, and they're very supportive of the work they do. So yeah.
Cool. You mentioned the Impact Lab
report.
Yeah. Did you did Partners Porirua commission that report through Impact Lab?
Yes, it was actually through some funding we received from Hatmana Charitable Trust, who wanted some background data on driver's licence training. So they gathered together all our stats over a year, and it's based on international research. They look at the value or the effect that it's had on those young people's lives and the likelihood of change it affects in areas of employment, wealth, obviously they're earning more money, health, just, the fact that you get a licence, you get a job, and you're overcoming a lot of the social and health issues. Yeah.
Was the data that you commissioned to collect, was it mainly about driver's licence or any other programs?
That particular report was focused on driver's licensing. Yeah, what we call our Drive for Life program.
Have you been able to use that to get government fund, like that data, to get more, your grant?
We do. We have to apply. Our Drive for Life funding is not particularly well funded, so it's an area every government says they're going to fund it, but they don't fund it adequately. Yeah. So we apply for a lot of funding from charitable trusts for that. So we use that report all the time to back up the work that we're doing. Yeah, and the whole thing about driver's licensing is back on the radar again because it's been recognised that how valuable that is in terms of a tool to get young people into work or anybody into work. Yeah, but it's a very expensive process, to go right through the graduated licence system.
I'm just going to very quickly come to Councillor Ford.
No, it's hard to measure a day. It also becomes generational impact.
Yes.
Throughout. So mine was just purely a clarification. So you answered option 2, don't make any changes and keep our service the same as it is currently. But then in your submission, you say you're quite supportive of us actually putting in option 1. So I just want a clarification around that. Which one is it? Was it curbside collection?
Yeah.
Was it Henry? Was that you answering personally?
It was probably my PA. But,
okay.
No, sorry.
So are you supportive of us implementing the new recycling collection is what I wanted to know.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
your
Thanks,
submission.
guys.
All the best.
Thanks.
Next, we've got submission 240, Justine Fleming on behalf of Surf Life Saving New Zealand. Kia ora, Justine.
Kia
ora. So you have 10 minutes. There'll be a bell at 8.
It'll be quicker than 10, so you can catch up on these ones. Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Justine. Apologies from Charlie, who actually prepared the submission. He's had a family emergency, so asked me to step in. So a little bit nervous, but hopefully it can make sense. We're able to provide with your support. We put lifeguards on the beach for the whole summer, for the school holiday period, sorry, not for, paid lifeguards for the school holiday period. And in terms of, rate of return for every paid guard, the hours that they put in, the volunteers at the weekends probably just about double the amount of hours. So we're supporting those clubs by employing their young people, because to get a job as a paid lifeguard, a surf lifeguard, you have to have their facilities for that holiday, for that time that they're there. So not only are we keeping beachgoers safe, which is your community and ratepayers, but we're providing employment for the local young people. And if they don't get to work at Te Tahi Bay, chances are they will actually get employment at some of the other beaches that we run the same program. The training and experience that the paid guards receive during the week means that they go back to their clubs with better experience, good leadership skills, and they're able to then kind of support their other upcoming lifeguards with that. You'll see from the statistics on under 3.2, the paid guards have been involved in, I think, 75 preventative actions, which means that's things like warning the public of any of the risks, like jellyfish or if there's a rip and things. So they're not just working between the flags, they're actually watching the whole beach and trying to keep everybody safe. Our vision is that nobody drowns on the beach at our beaches. So with your support, we're actually able to keep doing that. I guess we just wanted to, we appreciate the support that you've provided, being able to run run the service for the last few years, and hope that you're still able to do so. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Keep it quick.
You'll open the floor. Councillor, are we happy?
Sorry, just a confirmation that the support that Porirua do give, 100% of it goes straight to Te Tahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club?
Yeah, we also employ a supervisor to help us, because I manage the central region, which is Taranaki, Hawke's Bay and Capital Coast. So I oversee all the employment issue, hiring and things of that. And that's not included in this price. That's actually come from our, other funding. The money goes towards making sure that service is provided at Te Tahi Bay.
Cool. Any further questions? No. Thank you very much. We appreciate your submission. All the best.
Thank you.
All right, next we have a submission 241, Phil Vernon from Health New Zealand. Is Phil here? No. Actually, where are we on time? We are a little bit ahead of time, so I might just note that, and if Phil does come in. Do we have Irene no? Okay, cool. John Chester. Cool. Yeah, if you'd like to come forward. A little bit early, but that's all good. We can circle back if we need to. So this is submission 266, John Chester. John, you have 5 minutes. There will be a bell at 4 minutes. Over to you.
Thanks, and kia ora. Thanks for the opportunity. This is going to be a little bit different from some of the other. So I hope we're going to have some lively questions at the end of it. I convene a weekly coffee meeting with people in the neighbourhood, and we're generally sort of old curmudgeons and leaders in our various fields, and we frequently discuss topics, and Porirua City Council, Wellington Water come up fairly frequently. I guess in my talk there's three themes. The level of rates increases unacceptable and pretty much unaffordable. And so a bit of a gripe around that, and I guess some rationale for it as well. Second is the distressing lack of focus on efficiency and cost within the council and the wider council community going on like this. So first off, some of you have voted in on the basis of low and moderate rate increases. I just want to acknowledge that that was the case, and so the wheels have come off somewhere. I guess your claim there's been cost increases that are out of your control. I would maintain that's not the case. I just think it's a lack of focus and poor culture. So really, if you're a business and you are faced with changing cost environment, the last thing you'd want to do is pass all those costs onto your customer base. So I don't know why we're in a situation where these costs are increasing. You've gone through and you've made a little bit of cull in terms of the things that are coming up in the future, but there's been apparently insufficient focus on reducing your cost base, and you've passed all that on to your constituents. I don't see that the cost increases or your plan is going to be trimmed in any way without any pressure. So the 73% increase that you're forecasting over the next 5 years has got plenty of upside in it unless you do something about it. In terms of the cost opportunities, the Wellington Water one, well, that's a bit distressing. I think it's always a running joke within our group about the leaks that have been fixed by Wellington Water, and then the same leaks fixed again, and then again, and then again, which is sort of pretty much indicative of poor management and poor monitoring, both from your perspective and Wellington Water's. So it's a fairly poorly managed arrangement from, I guess, the constituents' perspective. I know you say you have a good relationship with Wellington Water. I don't think it's a good commercial relationship. So I think you'll get poor value, very poor value out of that. The water meters, I get really confused about all of the regional council claims, the local council claims that water meters are going to fix all the leak problems. They can't. We will spend hundreds of millions of dollars on water meters and we will still have the same leaks and still won't know where they are. So I don't know why there's that association. Sure, water meters will make people conserve, and I think the experience has been around about 10% and up to about 15% in some places. But if we're looking at 40+% supposedly water going out in the network, it's money wasted. All right, I better hurry up. There's some small things like street maintenance that I've got in there that you can look at. I think that's a pretty low-hanging fruit. Unproductive assets. So this comes from actually Wellington City Council contact that and say, look, if you want to get your interest burden down, you've got a lot of unproductive assets. Why don't you look at hiving them off and get a bonus of getting some rates from those? You have to look at it quite carefully, but if you're in a situation with where your interest bill is becoming a problem, that's an opportunity for you. Development costs, that should never be a burden on existing ratepayers. We should be looking at, in fact, I think there's a good argument that you should be looking at Wellington City paying a levy. The sewer leaks in Paratunu Inlet, shame on you, shame on Wellington City, Wellington Regional Council, shouldn't have been able to continue for this period of time. Lastly, apart from the need to focus on efficiency and cost reduction, from a strategic point of view, Porirua City Council is small. We're part of a wider region. We need a lot more cooperation with Wellington. A unitary authority would be a clever thing to do. But I guess in terms of talking to you guys, it's a bit like asking the turkeys to vote for Christmas. It just makes total sense. We lose our power. Auckland's got, it's taken them a while to get their act together, but, they've got some power now. Wellington don't.
Right, thanks very much, John. Unfortunately, we are out of time.
Yep.
Does anyone have burning questions on that? Mayor Baker?
You probably need to talk to Wellington City Council on that last one because the rest of the region's on board. So talk to Wellington City Council.
Yeah.
Have you read the report from Kapiti when they put their meters in, how they found their leaks? I would suggest your group read that.
I think we're in a different situation than Kapiti. We've got a much older infrastructure than they do.
All right. Oh, thank you very much. That's the we've come to the end of time. But
more questions.
Yeah, definitely reach out. But thank you very much. Appreciate your submission. Cheers, John. I'll check before I move on to the next submitter, just the ones that we had to move past before. Phil Vernon, is Phil here? No. Irene, is Irene here? No. All right. In that case, Paul Fitzgerald, Ian McLean, also not here. No. We'll jump ahead. Ian Barlow.
I have copies of my submissions. I don't know whether they get distributed.
Yeah, we can get those distributed around.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you've received on your computers, but the thing I got back on blurb, one big blurb. So there are two definitive subjects anyway. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, submitter number 271, Ian Barlow. Good evening, Mayor Baker, councillors, senior staff and members of the public. I assume you councillors have all seen the submission, which you have, and the hard copies are just copies of my submission. I will introduce my submission topics in brief and make some verbal comments, and if there are any questions, I'd be quite happy to answer them. First of all, I'm going into the wastewater and transport upgrade of Mana Esplanade. In regard to the submissions to Council relating to the existing wastewater network, it is important to note that on-site wastewater storage tanks for multi-unit properties is really a band-aid solution. I can understand the large tanks, but every time you do a multi-unit property, you have to have a band-aid tank is not a solution to what should be a modern, appropriate capacity wastewater network. So that's the basis of where I'm coming from. My submission relating to Mana Esplanade is not about a case of build it when you have to. It is a case of build it now, share the cost, do it once, do it well, and everyone will have a better solution and a better future. There are several legal documents that are relevant in this case. Legal decisions of the Environment Court 2000, the Porirua City Council District Plan, Design Standard for Regional Arterial Roads, the Porirua City Council Porirua Growth Strategy 2048, NZTA State Highway 58 and 59 Existing Road Safe System Audit 2023. This is not the same as what's just been handed out. This is a backgrounder to that. These documents all point to a two-lane road and promenade configuration for Mana Esplanade. This would significantly improve the existing major community severance and safety problems. There will be potentially less traffic on the road, with the ability for locals to use a multi-mode option in a safe environment for local trips. And that's important in relation to these developments that we're getting 30 units on two residential sections. Not only do they have 30 toilets instead of 2, and 30 showers and 30 washing machines, but they also have no parking spaces. And this multi-mode solution is a way of allowing people to move around locally with all sorts of options, as is in my submission. There will be potentially less traffic on the road with the abilities to use that multi-mode system, and potential reversal of the present large volume of traffic because the road will be semi-calmed. It'll be down to 2 lanes with a wide promenade. It will potentially reverse that present large volume of through traffic using State Highway 59 as a bypass to Transmission Gully. We're getting a very large component of Transmission Gully still going through the Esplanade. There is a huge opportunity now for up to 9 separate governance bodies and utility suppliers, each with their own budget, to work together to create a world-best transport and utilities corridor with a modern medium-density community with future-proofing for the next 30 to 50 years. Any questions?
All right, Councillor, are we happy?
Thank you, Ian. Knowing that road very well, because I travel it every single day, 2 lanes. As you know, Ngāti Tō Domain is huge, and it's huge not just for sports, it's huge for visitors, it's huge for recreational, scouting, wakaama, anything you can imagine. How would a 2-lane help support that premises there?
Well, there are traffic lights at Pascoe Avenue, but much side use traffic. It will allow side use traffic to go in and out.
Any further questions? Councillor Filo.
Hey, thanks, Ian. Just a quick question. You didn't really get a chance to speak to it, but I noticed that you in your submission, you talked about village planning.
Yes.
And that you're in favour of it, and that in the scheme of things, it seems small. So what I wanted to ask you was, because we've heard from a few people already today that want to focus on what they would call essentials only, and might see this as a potential nice to have. So I'm just wondering what you would say to those people who would say, oh, this is just a nice to have, and to focus more on pipes and etc.
Well, as I've said in my submission, village planning is of great benefit to the city, both from drawing the communities together and making a better relationship with the councillors, but also most of the village planning projects are not fully funded by council. Council provide the seeding funds, and then the final product is often supported by sponsorship and voluntary labour and various other things, but it keeps the villagers engaged, and it's one of those things that just binds the city together, binds the people together, rather than Porirua City Council being seen as a service provider, like the guy who provides the electricity or the guy who provides the TV signals or whatever. You are seen as an organisation that is working with and for the communities.
Cool. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ian. We appreciate your submission. All the best. Next, we're going back to Irene Vailaau-Akoi. Go to Irene. If you'd like to come forward, you've got 10 minutes. And you'll hear a bell at 8 minutes. Over to you.
Ia ole a lele pa ia whaawatio au loloa. Pa ia mama malu pulenga e Porirua le nei tūla le aso. Le whialawa whionga pulenuu Anita Baker, sunga i sui tūtina taitasi al pulenga. Tai nane tapua inga taitai e Kalesia, a le pa ia whale upolu, ta mama tina mātitua, te ia o lava i alo ma whanawiti. Malo o lava le soifua, whaatalo whaatu, i le sua whamanu malo Yesu Keriso. Talo whalava, everyone. My name is Irene Vailaau-Akui. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to you today. I come to you today as a mother, a daughter, a proud resident of Porirua, a member of the E Whakasa Porirua Church, and the Chief Executive Officer of Atamu, E Whakasa Porirua or Atamu. I am humbled to address you today with the blessings and support of my community. Atamu is a faith-based charity operating in Waitangiroa and focuses on meeting the outcomes set by early Samoan migrants that established the E Whakasa Porirua Church almost 60 years ago. Their hopes, dreams, and aspirations for their children and grandchildren to live prosperous lives in this city are the same outcomes that our organization strives to achieve. One of the services that Atamu delivers is our Early Childhood Centre, Aonga Amata Porirua E Whakasa. Now, Aonga Amata is licensed to provide services for up to 72 children between the ages of 6 months and 5 years old. In 2017, Atamu made a proposal to the Porirua City Council mayor at the time, seeking support to work in partnership with the council to develop a community composting strategy that would help to address the growing concerns around the landfill. We proposed a plan that involved the churches and involved the families, and our proposal included evidence from studies around the country, including efforts by other city councils that involve the community in their composting efforts to manage the city's waste. Our proposal didn't get the support that we were after at the time, so we went back and got a bit of funding ourselves, and we started our Fatuola program in 2018. The word fatu has two meanings in the Samoan language. It means the seed from which the plant grows, and it also means the heart. And the word ola also has two meanings. It means grow. Ola is to grow, and ola also means life. So the vision of Fatuola is to plant seeds in the hearts of our children to love and respect God's creation and to understand our duty as stewards of the earth we've been blessed with. So Fatuola is a child-focused gardening program. That's what we did when we went back to our community. It includes planting, nurturing, harvesting vegetables and fruits. We empower our children by teaching them about composting, recycling, reusing, and the children get to enjoy meals every day at their Aonga Amata made from organic vegetables that they themselves helped grow in their Fatuola garden at school. They also understand that the banana peels and the leftover apple scraps in their lunchbox will be used to make good soil and become nutrient-rich food for their garden. Fatuola is delivered throughout the year, and all children get to see the entire journey from seed to table, from food waste to good soil. In 2019, we engaged a company called Organic Waste. They did a waste audit at Aonga Amata, and they found that 43% of the total weight of the waste and 38% of the total volume of the waste can either be recycled or composted. That is the equivalent of 59 wheelie bins that we can divert from the landfill per year at the Aonga Amata. After that, we implemented all of the recommendations that they had in their report, and if we go by their waste audit and the efforts that we put in, we would have diverted 230 wheelie bins since 2019, just at the Aonga Amata, just by teaching the kids, just by growing our own garden, managing our own compost, and the kids come right along for the journey. And the kids know how to compost, they know how to recycle. Fatuola aligns with the Wellington Region's Waste Minimization and Management Plan, which this council adopted. This council, in your plan, you are encouraging families to start home composting. While this is awesome, we submit that home composting is difficult for most families. This component of your plan needs to be specific and intentional, and it needs to be actions that we can start implementing now and get results now. I'm just going to skip because of my time.
Oh, sorry, you've actually got another 5 minutes.
Oh, I thought so
mixed it up
because I'm
on that
halfway
one.
through.
You're all good.
I'm just going to breathe. Thank you. So the community waste minimization plan component of the, sorry, I'm just going to go back a bit. So Whatuola aligns with the Wellington Region's Waste Minimization and Management Plan. And in that plan, in Section 31, the regional councils are encouraged to support local community groups and non-governmental organizations with their initiatives to reduce the waste. In our City Council's Waste Management and Minimization Plan, like I said, we're going to the families and we're saying, do this, get your bakashi, get your home composting. I don't know how well that's been taken up by the families. We're submitting today that we need a bit more help. We need some help and support around the composting to make it more doable in our community. Whatuola program is an excellent way to reduce waste and teach children about sustainability. The benefits include diverting a significant amount of organic waste to composting food scraps, yard trimmings, and biodegradable materials. Composting provides hands-on learning opportunity for children to understand the natural decomposition process and importance of recycling organic matter. The finished compost is used to enrich the soil, reducing the need for chemical fertilizers. It involves the children in the entire cycle of growing food, cooking it, serving, composting the leftovers, creating a real circular and closed-loop system. By composting, centres can significantly reduce the environmental impact, save money on waste disposal, and provide educational experiences for the whole laonga. So not just the kids are learning how to compost, the teachers, the support staff, or the family that come through, we take them out to the garden and their kids tell them where to put the banana peels and share the experiences that they have. It's not normal anymore to see an apple on a tree. To be honest, our kids see it more on shelves and in packaging and on TV. But to be able to offer them an experience that is not common anymore, I think is very, very valuable. And if we can save the environment one naonga at a time, I think we're already getting towards our goal for zero waste. That's actual 5. I went off track there. So today our submission is simple. We would like the Porirua City Council to consider including Whatuola in their strategy for waste minimization and management in Porirua. We would like to share the key learnings from our program to benefit the wider community. We would like to work with local organizations, groups, churches to develop a strategy that educates the youngest residents about composting and recycling. We seek a long-term commitment from the Porirua City Council in their long-term plan to funding the expansion of this program. Finally, we have a duty not only to the environment, but a duty to our children. It's our job to leave the city in a better state than it was when we entered, to work together for a better tomorrow. The question is not whether we can afford to do it. The question is whether we can afford not to do it.
Thank you, Erine. I have Councillor Philo with a question.
It sounds like such a inspiring program, and it's awesome that it's with our tamariki from a very young age in ECE. Did you?
Yes.
So just so I'm clear, are you delivering a program to an ECE centre? Is that right?
Yeah.
And what you're wanting is to work with council to expand your program delivery throughout more organisations in our city. Is that?
Yes.
Have I got that right?
Absolutely. So over the time that we've done the Whatuola program, we've just got bits of funding here and there just to help maintain the program. But what we're doing is utilizing the teachers that are inside the classrooms to deliver some of the learning around it. And then we're reaching out to organizations to provide further training, things like worm farms, things like composting. It's not something that we know off the bat. It's not something that's taught, with early learning teaching. It's something that we need to upskill on. So basically what we're looking at is, it's hard for us to sustain the program as it is because we need to find funding. What we're looking at is how much we can divert through this program, just going to the different schools and working with other organizations that are doing similar work so that we can bring down the costs and we can have a real collaborative effort towards composting through early learning.
Cool. I've got Councillor Hayward.
Councillor Fila stole my question, so I will just so I'm clear in the clarification. It's utilising your existing space that you have a program already, and you're expanding for organics. How many whānau would you think would be connected, or aiga would be connected into the program currently, and is there scope for growth just from the work that you do if you were to expand?
So thank you for the question. So when I was talking about expanding, I'm talking about having the program be run in other schools as well. So for our school, part of our Whatuola toolkit, which we've put together, is we employ a gardener to work part-time during the week to maintain the garden. And then we work with the teachers inside for activities around the learning for it. And then we work with the kitchen staff so that we can make sure that all of the scraps go outside. Yeah. So it's a real full school program, but we've drawn up a lot of what's required for the program. So we want to go out to another Ongamata and say, this is what we do. This is what we can help you. Are you ready to do it? What's your space like at the back? We do the waste audit for them. We show how much they can divert. We support them inside the classroom and out in the garden. So it's not just limited to Pacific Early Childhood. It's any early childhood. When they're 3 years old, they're ready to absorb everything. So I think they have the capacity to learn. We just need to teach them the good things so that they have the foundations for things like composting and recycling.
Mayor Baker.
It's really just to say we need to put you in touch with Enviro schools because they're doing something similar. So we need to pair you up.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much, Irene.
Awesome.
I appreciate your submission. All the best.
Thank you for your time.
I'll just check. Is Phil Vernon here from Health New Zealand? No. Okay, cool. That's all good. In that case, we will move through to Paul and Ian from Porirua Bay Residents Association. If you'd like to come forward. This is submission number 267. I just down here. We got these ones on. Perfect.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah.
All right, you have 10 minutes. There will be a bell at 8. Over to you.
Okay, well, I'm going to speak on the rubbish and recycling section. Ian's going to talk about the village plan. On the rubbish collection bins idea, we have conditional approval on that. There isn't really enough detail about how it's going to work. And also we sort of thought that at the moment people have got all sorts of arrangements for their rubbish. And I know from my own experience that we have very little rubbish. I think we probably use about 4 council rubbish bags a year. Everything else is recycled or buried in the ground or turned into compost. So there used to be, under the council, supply of rubbish bags to people and they used them, and if they needed more, they bought more. And it just struck us that if you don't use much rubbish and you're going to be charged $240 a year for it, are you going to produce more rubbish, or are you paying for something you're not using? So if there was some way that when collections are made, it was recorded how many people used it. If you didn't use, I assume it's 52 collections a year. If you didn't use 52, you get a slight rebate for the next year. That would require some sort of tagging system and the things to do it. Just an idea. But anyway, on the recycling side of things, at the current time, and it says on the website, you can't put the lids of milk bottles in, you can't put the lids of containers and stuff like that. So the only place for those to go is in the rubbish, and we don't want plastics really going into landfill. So I think it would be useful if council could work with community groups to find ways to get these things collected in bulk and disposed of. Same with things like the Tetra Packs. You can stack them up, but it's really difficult for people to get this together. So council working with community groups to find ways to collect these things so they can be dealt with in bulk in short periods is, I think, one of the things we should really look for. The next part is, and the previous speaker did a really good one on composting and organic stuff, and from what I heard of it, I would very much support what she's doing and ways for communities to do that. So on part of rubbish and that's my bit.
Well, kia ora koutou, kia ora tautau. So I'm going to talk about the village planning process. We know that council's sort of priorities have changed, and money's very tight, and you are looking for savings. So we've got a proposal here for how you can spend less money on the village planning program and still keep it. So we've had a bit of a problem with some of the engagement with that between the council and the village planning groups and the resident associations, where we believe the staff seem to see it as really basically a project funding grant sort of a system, whereas the community values actually most the support from the PCC staff to actually achieve things, develop our plans and actually do the work that the community tells us that they want in there. So if you look at the original principles and the objectives and the placemaking philosophy, which is in the written proposal, our written submission, this is what the groups that we've heard other groups talk about that should actually be the priority for the council, taking a sort of a strategic approach to what we're doing in communities. Now, we know that when you put the sort of hold on it, sort of a couple of years ago, there was about 1.5 years worth of unspent budget that had been allocated, which kind of suggests a number of things. Maybe you'd kind of sort of stop supporting people, or perhaps you actually had too much money. You'd overcapitalised 600,000 a year, and it actually exceeded the capacity of PCC and community groups to actually spend that money. We also know that there's been CapEx used for village plan sort of projects, with a couple of examples in our written submission there. But sort of to contrast that, actually just sort of spending money, our community garden and food forest, it took us about 3 years from the time we were originally given some money to when we could actually plant some trees in the orchard. We need to get a licence to occupy from the council. We needed to organise access across the Muri Station platform with Kiwi Rail. We needed to get insurance, public liability insurance for all that sort of stuff. And the thing that really was invaluable in doing that was the support that we got from Bill Inge to actually work with people in the council and the likes of the insurance companies and Kiwi Rail to actually make that happen. I don't know how long it would have taken us if we'd actually had to do it ourselves. So that's the sort of an example of the sort of support we got from council that actually helped us achieve that, instead of having money just kind of like sitting as a liability on PCC's books as a grant that's been unspent. So here's our proposal. We've got $600,000 in the line item in a spreadsheet at the moment, which you're looking to just go through. There's a quick win, okay, basically boom, you've sort of saved it. So instead of getting rid of it entirely, reduce the CapEx. How much do you think you could actually get for, say, 200K if you use that to support new groups or just sort of seed funding for sort of projects where most of the money is going to come from sort of somewhere else? So use some of the savings that you made from there to actually allocate staff time to supporting the village planning and groups and the residents' associations groups to work on some of these things. Council doesn't have to fund all this sort of stuff. Council could kind of kick some of the things off and then, or even not spend any money on it. You can support us to source funding from other charities and grant groups to actually get the money that we need for things. I mean, at the moment, the Community Garden Food Forest is developing an education program. You're looking for money from as a particular group that will fund that.
Yeah.
Hiara Heritage Group has got money from the Mana Trust to build a website. We put out this little newsletter 5 times a year that goes around the community. We can't quite cover the printing costs with advertising, so we get a few $100s off Porirua Trust to make up the difference. So that's the kind of thing that, if necessary, we could get support from the council. So there's an opportunity here, so PCC can save money and we keep the enthusiasm and dedication of the village planning groups going, because we're all here for the long haul. We want to make this place into an awesome place. We know that it can be like that. And the key to it is actually developing the plans that we need. For instance, our current village plans got a sort of a 20-year kind of time horizon on it, really, particularly when you're thinking about the development to the south rather than just a series of 5-year projects. So our request is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you get rid of this now, we'll probably never get it back. And we think we can have a win-win approach where we can save money but still keep the essence of the village planning program operating in the city.
Cool. Thank you very much. I've got a question from Mayor Baker.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Even if we have a zero budget, what you're really after is us to keep Bill, to do the work if you get funding to help along. Is that what you're saying? If you did zero it?
Yeah, essentially.
Keep the one staff member.
Yeah. So a dedicated staff member, they've allocated their time. I mean, you've basically run the thing on 2 FTEs. Do you need that many? Or you can have someone who has primary responsibility for it, plus some other people who.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. That was my question as well. Thank you, Anita. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Ian. Paul, I just need to clarify, are you suggesting that we should still maintain the single-use plastic bags for rubbish collection?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I just use that as an example of how it was done in the past so that users...
Gotcha. Thank you. Actually, I'll ask one other question. You could probably appreciate that as somebody who has used so few bags in terms of your own household effort, and well done, I think it was a sentiment shared by colleagues around the table, I'm trying to get a sense of whether or not a council's responsibility should be to also help, as the previous submitter was trying to allude to help those whose knowledge and experience in this space is limited or has none, to actually provide an easier option for them when community options are not yet available. Would that be fair?
Yes. I think, work with communities to teach their communities how to minimise waste.
Yeah.
And not just have stuff on a website or a pamphlet, because that doesn't really work.
Thanks, Paul. No more questions.
Cool. All right. Any other questions from anyone? Doesn't appear to be so. Thank you very much to both of you. Appreciate your submission.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you for the time. Yeah.
All right. I will just check again. Phil Vernon. Not. No, he said he's not coming in. Okay, cool. All right. Excellent timing. Luke Pilkington Ching, you're up. So Luke, you have. So I understand yourself and Joel DeBoer as well. Did you want to present together?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, cool, perfect. That's all good. These are across submissions 269 from Luke and submission 221 from Joel. But you two can present together. You have 10 minutes. There will be a bell that rings at 8. That includes time for questions from councillors as well.
Point of order.
Actually, you're the last two submitters, so yeah, we can. Yeah, we've got time.
15.
Yeah. 15 minutes. Cool. if you want it. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come along today. Tēnā koutou katoa, tofa lava, and hello everyone. We're making this submission as part of a concerned residents of Titahi Bay and Porirua City. We want the council to continue funding the beginning of constructing the shared pathway from Onipoto to Wainera without further delay. I assume that passes that. Yep, I have two things to do, and I'm not going to do that. So erosion along, as you can see from the pictures above you, continues to encroach and is starting to undermine, well, has already been going on for a number of years, undermining the formed carriageway along Titahi Bay Road. It's no longer to cycle safely heading from Titahi Bay to the CBD. You'll notice that the red netting up there has now fallen off and has now gone, so there's no safety to stop people from falling there. Also note that the waratahs have lost their yellow caps on top of there as well, which is also a health and safety issue for people that may fall onto them. So it's no longer safe. And this includes our tamariki cycling to college or out of Titahi Bay during the day, and also a number of adults who take active transport to railway stations or their jobs to other areas within the region. This matter is urgent. It's been around for a number of years, and the irony is that we're still waiting for this work to begin. Got some photos of what it looks like up there. We've been consulted on this for a number of years, and we've provided overwhelming support from the community. Ourselves, other ratepayers really want to see this done. And why wouldn't we? I mean, the project has a number of key benefits. Number one is promoting active transport, walking and biking to improve connectivity from our suburb to the wider CBD. This would be a great asset for the city and future generations, and I'll talk about that a little bit further. And obviously implementing coastal restoration and resilience. Just bring up here what it would look like, the designs that have been done so far, that have been consulted on. We need the safe active transport option in the city for our communities. There are over 8,000 people, residents within Titahi Bay, that could make use of this. We live in a world of an ever-increasing obesity, and we need less people in cars and more people using active modes of transport. It's cheap for them to use, and it's excellent for physical and mental well-being. You know, it doesn't necessitate people relying on other forms of transportation. We have an opportunity to connect Titahi Bay to the wider CBD and wider areas, as well as link our awesome open spaces such as Whitireia Park for the whole community and city and region to use without having to drive there. There is an opportunity also to extend this around the Porirua Harbour as well and make a point of difference. So these are the plans that currently the one on the left sits on Waka Kotahi's website, and the other one is a schematic done for the coastal erosion. You know, it's never going to be as cheap as it is today or yesterday to have built this, so encourage you to continue progressing this and get that erosion under control. And, you know, there are agencies, I know we've had a change of government, Waka Kotahi, I believe, still funding these types of projects, and there's opportunities through the Ministry for the Environment as well for securing funding. Time is now to get that underway. This is actually still on the website of Waka Kotahi, so I understand that they believe that this is still a happening project, which is great. There are other examples of shared pathways. I probably don't need to go into them because you're probably all aware of them, but there's some great ones here, photo top left-hand corner in Nelson. If you've had the opportunity to go to New Plymouth, there's a fantastic shared pathway, which is great for that city. And of course, we've also now, during the time that this project's been talked about, government fast-tracked the Petone to Naranga project, which is well underway and constructed now. So let's not lose this opportunity. Let's build a great pathway, coastal resilience around Porirua Harbour that we can all be proud of. Will create resilience for the city and not only sea level rise, but also at the point where natural disasters may occur as well. So just finalising here, the final pictures. You can see, though you may drive along there and go, well, there's plenty of space for a cycleway. What are people complaining about? Unfortunately, it just glitched here, but you can really see some constraints along there which are not helpful at all for cyclists. And if you could drive along there today, it's actually been blocked off by roadworks, the signage right in the carriageway where you would think you could ride a bike, nothing for cyclists at all. So I just think we need to be a bit smarter, council officers, thinking about that. People are already using this, but we need to make it a bit more official, a lot more official. So, we voted for you people as to represent us as ratepayers, ask that you support us to advance this project and lead the city. The project aligns with your strategic and our strategic priorities with tamariki rangatahi at the heart of the city. They can use a great cycleway, get to school safely and recreate, healthy and protected harbour catchment, the resilience part of the project, growing a prosperous city for our future generations and connecting our great village. Now we'd like to present a video that Luke has put together.
Kia ora koutou, Porirua City Councillors and Mayor. My name's Dr. Caroline Shaw. I'm an Associate Professor at the University of Otago in Wellington. My area of interest is transport, particularly low carbon transport and health. So I'm really keen that you as a council continue to fund cycleways in your council area, and in fact even consider expanding. We know that the most effective way to get people to cycle is to put cycleways in. There's heaps of research out there showing this, both from New Zealand and heaps of international research as well. We know that cycling's got fantastic benefits for mental health and also for physical health. So cycleways have a whole bunch of benefits for councils. Some of these include reducing carbon emissions, also making cities more livable and dynamic, and so encouraging people to come and live in your particular city. A city that encourages cycling is a city that's looking towards its future. And finally, of course, bikes weigh a lot less than cars, and so once you invest in cycleways, they're much, much cheaper to maintain than roads. I've been involved in some great research actually looking at cycling in Māori communities, and this research has shown that in a community with very low cycling rates, if you improve access to bikes, people start cycling. People report that if they run out of money on the Monday and they're not getting paid till Wednesday, they know that they can take their bike and use their bike to get the places that they need to. We have other examples where people have been able to take up jobs because they've had a bike. This particular cycleway is going to allow teenagers to have the opportunity to ride safely to school. Prioritising routes which children and young people are able to cycle on is a really important thing to do. We know from research that children and young people would prefer to cycle and walk to school. By prioritising and funding this cycleway, you will be allowing these young people to take healthy, sustainable transport to school every day.
I'm Professor Michael Baker. I've been working as an epidemiologist and public health doctor for over 30 years. I'm a professor at the University of Otago in Wellington. As a progressive local authority, you're very concerned with the health of your local people, the health of the environment, its sustainability, and also the affordability of modern living. And really, cycling ticks those three boxes better than anything else I can think of. Very few other interventions are so good at dealing with those long-term health conditions of heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and degenerative diseases like arthritis. We know that our biggest environmental human hazard is air pollution in New Zealand. It causes over 3,000 premature deaths a year, puts thousands of people in hospital. And of course, the major source of air pollution is our current internal combustion engine transport. If you look globally, the cities we love that are iconic are all transitioning to cycling. As you may have read recently in Paris, cycling has overtaken car transport as the main way that people get around. So hopefully in the future it will be Amsterdam, Paris and Porirua. Why not? Porirua is already a compact city. I'm sure most journeys could be very well accomplished on a cycle, and I think it would be transformative.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Michael Keel. I'm a Professor of Public Health
at the University of Otago, Wellington. More than a decade ago, in 2011, central government provided funding for 2 local authorities, which were Hastings and New Plymouth, to encourage walking and cycling. We found that there was a 30% increase in walking and cycling associated with the Model Communities program. We also found that Māori increased active travel rates considerably more than non-Māori, as did households with below median income. Our cost-benefit analysis of the Model Communities program showed an 11-to-1 benefit compared to costs. It shows that these sorts of programs should be a no-brainer, even though there is a cost involved in building the infrastructure and promoting active travel. The benefits are 11 times these costs. When we calculated the economic benefits, we monetised the health and injury improvements using well-established methods that also take into account things like loss of earnings from illness and death, and the suffering of individuals and their whānau. We also valued the carbon emissions saved by replacing some car trips with walking and cycling. One last observation is that encouraging physical activity from walking and cycling requires sustained efforts. That means that when central government policy is no longer favouring walking and cycling, local authorities such as Porirua need to step up and fill the gap to sustain the well-being of their communities. As in our analysis, this also includes economic well-being.
As a council, you'll reap the rewards of funding this cycleway. You'll reap the rewards in terms of a healthier population, in terms of children who are able to move independently, in terms of making a transformation towards a low-carbon transport system and a livable, awesome city.
Questions? All right, yeah, thank you for that. Is there anything else that you want to say or speak to in relation to that before I open for questions? No, we'll open for questions. Anybody have anything they would like to ask? Councillor Hayward.
Thanks, guys, for coming in. And I just wanted to note the appreciation of evidence-based research on this. The ratios keep coming out. Today it's 11. Mum reckons 11. What do you say to, I'm going to ask this question, and I know it's been, borrowed by others as well. It's not mine. That those who are saying that this is a nice to have and that there are far more pressing priorities for a council, what do you say to those individuals?
Well, I mean, I have friends in Titahi Bay that cycle every day, and I see them going along there, and I just think actually this is an essential. It's not a nice to have, and it's for the future of the city as well. I mean, we know the restoration, or the resilience along there needs to happen, that there needs to be erosion protection, and as part of that, the icing on the cake is actually make that a formed shared pathway for people to use. It's a busy road, and it needs proper protection for the active transport users. So for me, from a health and safety perspective, it's essential.
Recently, I had my house had double glaze put in it. While the scaffolding was up, I whipped around with a paintbrush and painted the top story at the same time. And I think I see this a wee bit like that. We've got to fix the road. While we're fixing the road, a little bit more will increase and promote the city going forwards on all those things that Caroline was talking about.
Yeah, I assume also you would feel the same way with regards to the ecological restoration of the Chenias and other areas of ecological value that is still there despite years of over sedimentation. I'll try not to look at the komatua when I say that.
Sorry, what's the question?
So I'd say your point would I said you'd also incorporate there as well the restoration of the Chenias, expansion of the Chenias, and ecological restoration of that space as well would be a nice. Would be also good to do it at the same time as with regards to the restoration of that space, so it could be safer for disaster preparedness and resilience overall.
If you're doing it, do it right.
Any other questions, councillors? One thing that I would like to put to you, so obviously the position we're in on this project, I think costs aside, the project is a popular project around the council table. The concern is costs, both because of increases and also a change in attitude from central government. If we were, on one hand you could say it's black and white, do it or don't do it. if we were to try and find a way to do it that looked at rescoping in some way to factor in the fact that costs have changed so much, are there any elements of this project that you consider to be the critical elements of this project that should be prioritised if we couldn't go ahead with it fully as was originally proposed?
I think for me, it would be around, going forwards, we need to reduce carbon. So we need to be encouraging low carbon transport. So cycling can tick that box for us. And so, and safety has to go on alongside that, particularly for kids. This is the only way that any high schooler can get on a bicycle to go to school.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'd like to add that I see this as an investment in the future of the city. So it's actually saving money in the long run, because at some point in the time you're going to have to do it. The city's continuing to grow, and unfortunately things do cost. I'd just like to point out, as a ratepayer, I understand that there's an increasing cost on all councils across this country and across the world for that matter, and living in a first world country costs money. And I don't think that everyone's actually out there going, we can't afford it. Yes, there are people that are on fixed incomes, which will be difficult, but we will end up we pay our way, and as part of that, support the essential services that we need in a cycleway is a no-brainer, and I see it as an investment.
Cool, thank you. Any final questions? No? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your submission. All the best. That brings us to the end of the submissions that we are hearing today. So I will wrap up that item first. So we do actually need to vote on this paper.
Because we continue tomorrow.
Oh, no, sorry, we do that tomorrow at the very end of this one. Okay, cool. So it would just be adjourning the meeting. First, though, I just wanted to note a change in the apology from the beginning from Councillor Johnson. She's a full apology for this meeting as opposed to one of lateness. I believe the seconder on that Hayward. So with the leave of the meeting, I'll adjust that to reflect the full apology. Any issues with that? There don't appear to be any. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. In that case, I will adjourn this meeting at 5:22 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. We will close with the karakia. Yes. Sorry, Taku, if you'd like to lead us.